trash, fix some potholes, and really fix the homeless problem in your city too.
Hey y'all, and welcome to Political.
He's a total clown. I mean, he has the authority to arrest Netanyahu any more than I would have the authority to arrest him in Washington, D.C. if he visited down in Washington, D.C. You're a mayor, dude. You know, pick up trash, fix some potholes, and really fix the homeless problem in your city too.
Hey y'all, and welcome to Politibrawl. My name is Brian, and do you know how bad you have to be at politics to get called out by John Fetterman? Even CNN is starting to pile it on to Mamdani. Let's dive in.
And Mayor Mamdani, would you welcome Prime Minister Netanyahu to New York City for whatever he comes for, given the U.S. is not a signatory to the ICC, so he can travel to the U.S., unlike a lot of other countries. Would a Mayor Mamdani welcome Benjamin Netanyahu to the city?
No. As mayor, New York City would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a city that our values are in line with international law. It's time that our actions are also.
Even though the U.S. is not a signatory to the ICC?
No, it's time that we actually step up and...
You are a mayor, Zoran Mamdani. What's wrong with this guy? This guy gets elected as a mayor and thinks he's the president. Or thinks he's the king. He's the king of New York, you guys. You serious? Y'all voted for this trash. Because he said it's free. That's our problem. Want everything for free.
Make clear what we are willing to do to showcase the leadership that is sorely missing in the federal administration. And when it comes to Palestinian New Yorkers who are disappointed, I understand it, because we are talking about someone who has been charged with crimes against humanity, someone who has visited this city on many an occasion and who has been welcomed by previous mayors. And I want to make it very clear that that welcome ends with me. I will not be welcoming Benjamin Netanyahu or any other war criminals when they come to this city. And I do believe that our federal government should join the International Criminal Court and ensure that there is accountability when it comes to crimes against humanity.
But President Trump says that will not happen. He posted today, quote, Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. My political sources are back, along with my legal source, Ellie Honig. So, Ellie, give us a reality check here. Can Mamdani have Netanyahu arrested?
Absolutely not. It is utterly ridiculous for the mayor of New York City to even suggest that he might have the authority to order the arrest of Benjamin Netanyahu or any visiting foreign head of state. First of all, the mayor of New York City has zero law enforcement authority. He does not tell the Manhattan DA, the NYPD, who to arrest, who to indict. Second of all, this warrant that we're talking about here was issued by the ICC, the International Criminal Court, which we are not signatories to here in the United States. So that warrant issued by the ICC has zero legal effect here in the United States. In fact, we have a federal law here in the U.S. passed 24 years ago that says, if necessary, the president can send military troops to pull our people and our allies out of the ICC. So that warrant has zero impact. And third and finally, Brianna, the Constitution is quite clear that the conduct of foreign diplomacy, foreign affairs, is entirely up to the federal government. It's certainly not up to local and county governments in New York City or elsewhere. So I know the mayor's having his best lawyers look at this right now. Let me save them some time. You do not have the authority to do this.
Why is Mamdani making these threats? He doesn't even have the authority to do this, I don't believe, to make an arrest like this.
He's a total clown. I mean, he has the authority to arrest Netanyahu any more than I would have the authority to arrest him in Washington, D.C. if he visited down in Washington, D.C. You're a mayor, dude. You know, pick up trash, fix some potholes, and really fix the homeless problem in your city too. You know, you're way out of your league. And now this is irresponsible, but like I said, he's just a total clown, and it's just for clicks at this point. He knows that he has nothing actionable. Now, it's just pandering to the DSA communists and his friends, you know, in New York.
Well, the Prime Minister is expected in the United States when the UN General Assembly opens again in September, so he will be here. And it's sort of interesting is that in the past he's been unable to refuel his plane in countries that are signatories to the International Criminal Court, so he's been sort of strategic in how he gets here. I think he can now come all the way here without refueling. But, I mean, so it is a lot of saber rattling towards the Prime Minister. He is expected to be in New York soon.
It's not even that. It's just a cheese ball running his mouth.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the thing. He has, you know, and again, the mayor does not direct arrests. You know, the police, you know, they enforce warrants. There is not a warrant that America is not part of the ICC. And now the leader of the ICC was accused of sexual abuse, just like Plattner in Maine. There's no standing. There's nothing here. And now he is just pandering, trying to sound like a tough guy and making these weird threats. He has no standing, and he knows that as well, too.
Yo, there's a ton to unpack here, but we got to start off with this. Senator Fetterman, if you are watching somehow, do not switch parties. Do not run as an independent. Save your party, sir. You are one of the last sane people who's willing to stand up and go, none of this makes sense. Can y'all stop being crazy? Seriously, the firm I was working for in 2022 was also handling his opponent's campaign. So he was persona non grata, but within 4 years, he has gone from a guy that Republicans feared to, wait a minute, you're the last sane person in your own party. So anyways, there's that. But when it comes to Mondami, the saber rattling, so to speak, that's their language, not mine, but it does make sense here. He's a Palestinian who wants revenge. He wants revenge. And I'm not going to get too big into the whole conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, because that's a much longer topic. I'd have to do a long form video on that. But where it deals with the United States, when the nation was created, the UN was trying to flex its muscles and remind everyone that the old European powers still had a ton of strength left in them. And both the United States and the Soviet Union sided with Israel over the UN resolutions. And that has been sort of the back and forth ever since. The whole reason that we don't like the UN is because the UN hates our guts. They hate the fact that the United States is the one running the show. They're mad that these are the old European powers that are mad that they've had to been bailed out, and not one, but 2 different world wars of their own making. And we're finally saying, enough, we're in charge. We cannot trust you to do anything correctly. And that is still true to this day as Europe continues to spiral into its insanity. And after the fall of the Soviet Union, of course, the UN now became even more anti-U.S. All of these ICC, the International Criminal Court, the whole point and purpose is to hope that one day that they'll be able to control the United States. This isn't about Israel. This isn't about socialism. This is about international control. Who has the reins of power? And I sincerely hope they never get any more power than they already have. They've already done a ton of damage. They've already been proven bad at peacekeeping. When the UN went into the Congo, it did not end well for the UN, and it ended up even worse for the Congo. Their resolutions, what they try to do on an international scale, have either been incredibly dumb or they've lacked any real teeth, and it must stay that way. I do not want to be ruled by the UN because it's the same morons that dragged us into World War I and World War II. As an American, I don't want to deal with your crap. That's the bigger picture of what's going on here. And so, Mondami loves that international court system. He loves the UN because they say that the U.S. is bad. Just as the same way these moronic democratic socialists say that the U.S. is just terrible. It's bad because we put on so much bureaucracy that we can't even get homes built in blue cities to help drive down the cost of housing. And instead, these even bigger morons come up and say, well, I guess we just need more red tape. We need to make it more impossible. Let's freeze rents. These people have no idea how to govern. They have no perception of reality, and so they'll resort to ridiculous platitudes like, I'm going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. Good luck with that. As a matter of fact, go ahead and try. I want to see you try this. I'm going to get a big old bag of popcorn and watch this like a movie. I want to see how this goes down. Because he doesn't have any authority. Everyone in the panels, Fetterman, all say, yeah, he has no legal authority to do this. So yeah, go ahead, big boy. Come on, Mandami. I want to see what you do with this. See, the Democrat Party has a problem. They don't understand logistics. Republicans tend to understand logistics. When I was working in a couple of different warehouses, what I tended to notice is the guys that were working on the floor who were told what to do, they were almost all Democrats. But you go into the actual receiving bays, you actually talk with the truckers, you actually talk with the people who have to go outside or have to actually load everything up properly. They were all into logistics. They were all Republican.
Yes,
there's a reason I say that. Democrats, and particularly these socialists, just assume that the system works, and therefore you need more of the system. No, that's not how any of this works. He can't arrest Netanyahu, so he talks a big game about being able to do so in hopes that it actually happens. If not, you just get to point to someone else and say, well, he stopped me from doing this. Vote him out and put one of my guys in. It is a disingenuous game that makes it worse for everyone. It's like cheating at Uno. You just made it worse for everyone, and we all see you doing it. So why do we tolerate it? That's a sort of rhetorical question, but let me know what you think down in the comments below. My name is Brian. Hope you enjoyed that segment here on Politibrawl. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Catch you on the next one, and until then, y'all have a good one.
Singers, and the backup singers are turning into quite a little choir there to back him up, right? He's got them all in New York, and then he's got some in Michigan, and got this new lady out. Oh, she's from Ethiopia originally, and she's out doing a song and dance in the 1st District of Colorado, calling for the need for more foreign-born from third world emerging market countries to come here and run for politics.
Right, Democrat Party went so fucking left, you know what I'm saying? Now they eating each other now. Now they want to be socialists all of a sudden. Well, the classic Democrat Party don't want no parts of that. That's why him and King Jeffries going at it with Chuck Schumer and was it Bernie Sanders? Yeah, you guys went too far left. Now y'all got to go ahead and go against each other inside your own party because it's damn socialist BS. And you know it don't work. But y'all pushed it to a point where it is, you know what I'm saying, y'all wanted to get elected and get into power. But now y'all pushed it to a point where now it's putting you guys out of power. You knocking your own selves out of the power because you want to go so left. Now you get knocked out. You idiots. And you got some all MAGA is a code. MAGA is a code. Watch out for MAGA. MAGA is a threat to America. No, socialism is a threat. You guys got to wake up, man. We know Trump ain't gonna be president. We know that already, but we won't keep America first policy, America great policy continuing because it makes sense. That's why America is 250 years. And you guys want to destroy it because of capitalism and your feelings of the facts. Not everything is racist. Jesus Christ.
Because that's the only way we're going to conquer American imperialism, American horrors. I'm like, you came here for a better life, and now you want to turn it into what? What Ethiopia was, for goodness sakes? Please. All right, you got to watch her. Okay, her name is Melat.
Name is Deontay. Everybody is welcome. Like, share, and subscribe. If you're not MAGA, it doesn't matter. You still are welcome to the channel. It's a common sense channel, truth channel, peace, and unity. You know, we're going to have our bots. We're going to have our trolls. Let them stay. It's cool. Because eventually they're going to learn something anyway. Let's continue.
Hurons.
I think it's particularly important, not just for our community in Tigray, but communities of the global South, period, right? There's a certain reckoning that we are going to have with the global world order as it exists today, and the way that it fundamentally will have to shift going forward, right? The responsibility that we have as Americans, the recognition that is going to be required of us, of the exploitative and extractive nature that we play on the global scale and the global stage, is only going to be challenged if we are getting represented by people who understand that on a fundamental level, right? And that means getting more immigrants into office. That means getting more people who have heritage in the global South into office, because that's where those decisions are made specifically.
Because they're the only ones that can understand. They're the only ones that can go out there and fight for their home countries. Don't forget when Somalia's president decided to come to Minnesota, right, to the US of A and campaign for one Ilhan Omar, and his big line, I've played it for you before, is Ilhan's not trying to work for Ilhan. Oh, she might be. Just saying. Yeah, it's a lot of money. A lot of questions. Ilhan's not trying to work for the people of Minnesota. Ilhan is working for the people of Somalia in Somalia. In other words, she has Somalia's interests first. And now are we to anticipate that everybody who comes here has somebody else's interests at heart? I mean, you've heard so many of these Congress people now have come out and said, hey, we need you to have one citizenship, one passport. If you're going to be a member of Congress, you shouldn't be walking around with two different passports. You're either American or you're Somalian. You're either American or you're Ethiopian. You're either American or you're Guatemalan. Pick your poison, okay? Pick one. Because we need to know that your interest is in the interest of America, not for something you're trying to do back home, which I guess you consider your real home. This is a problem. I mean, look, they've made such an effort, right, to import all this extremism here to the United States of America. And now they're left scratching their heads saying, what are we going to do? I mean, it's bad when the Democratic senator from Virginia gets asked a question this morning by my friend Joe Kernan. He is great, by the way, on Squawk Box in the morning, and he's a real conservative. And it's great because, I don't know how you can be a business news reporter, by the way, and not be a conservative, for goodness sakes, because, we care about the bottom line, which is we want economic success and we want military success, right? That's sort of what is kind of important to those people in markets and in business. Anyway, Joe Kernan is there, and he asked Senator Mark Warren from Virginia, hey, what about Zohran Mamdani and his plan to arrest Netanyahu? What do you think of that? And look at Mark Warner's response. You can tell this guy is terrified. This is a big problem for the Democrat Party. Take a look.
So do you support Michigan Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed?
I have stayed out of all of these races. I'm just not, I'm running myself this year. I'm trying to get reelected myself in Virginia.
Mark Warner doesn't want to say boo when it comes to Zohran Mamdani because he's so freaking afraid. He's terrified. He sees the direction everything is going with all the crazies running the asylum, and he just needs to stay alive another day, for goodness sake, so he can't answer this properly.
How about arresting Netanyahu and doubling down on arresting?
I do not support defunding the police. I do support meaningful reforms on ICE so that we don't have the outrageous activities.
That's stupid. They want to defund the police, abolish ICE, but have open borders and no jail cells. So that's crazy. That's chaos. No accountability, huh? And that's what I'm talking about, man. Socialism is bad, man. Communism is all that stuff is just bad, period, man. They want the government to take care of everything, but at the same time, they want to have chaos and no order. You got to have police and you got to have ICE. You got to have borders open like this, period. That many people, and you know what I'm saying? Nah. No. And most of the people that's coming over here is mostly men, and their agenda is already bogus. They coming to steal, kill, and destroy. They're not trying to come and assimilate to America. Vote red, you guys. We got to keep on voting red from here on out, period. When Trump leave office, still vote red regardless, man. Because these people don't care about America. These the same people that, fought for slavery. You know what I'm saying? Like, wow. And people keep voting for this party. The party never switched. Fuck the Democratic Party, period. They keep offering free stuff, and you guys keep going for it. And then when it don't happen, then you want to blame somebody else. So to blame the party, the people that you voted for.
Netanyahu should be at the Hague
but I tell you this
in
much.
prison for war crimes. I mean, there's things that are
But I
coming
tell you
out.
this much. I fear for the fact, as a long-term supporter of Israel, that my kids have only grown up with an Israel where Bibi's been the head. And I completely reject his government. I even voted against the effort to continue to allow the West Bank settlers to use American bulldozers to destroy homes. Bibi Netanyahu's done more to hurt the image of Israel than all prior Israeli leaders combined. And that's not good for Israel.
And what does that mean for what Mayor Mamdani has said specifically about trying to arrest Netanyahu when he comes to New York for the UN week in September?
Here it comes.
Listen, Andrew, there's been a lot of leaders that we all have disagreed with that have come to the UN that haven't been subject to, American legal jurisdiction. Now, I candidly have not been following the ins and outs of it. I've been actually following on trying to put some rational policies in place on things like AI and trying to push back against Chinese dominance in so many of these domains where we have technology competition. That's a better use of my time.
Senator Warner, always enjoy talking to you and look forward to seeing you again very, very soon. Thanks.
Okay, look, so the reporter's like, yeah, I'm on to you. I gotcha. He should have pushed him. He should have pushed him harder. But, it's access journalism, guys. That's, look, I've worked in all these places. I've worked actually kind of like everywhere, including CNBC, where I hosted their #1 show, actually, alongside my friend Larry Kudlow for like 5 years. Anyway, at 11 a.m., it was called The Call. I'm just telling you, they are afraid to push and push and push to really get a real answer out of the guy because they know he won't come back on. Okay, so they're like, okay, I'm going to bite my tongue here. I won't keep pushing. But here's the reality on the ground. You've got all of these people trying to take over the party. You got this anti-Semitism that's on steroids. All of a sudden, and Mamdani's really, kind of fanning this, if you would, fanning the flames of the fire. I want to go to Bernie Sanders, who's the original, right? I guess a self-hating Jew, if you would, because he's Jewish and he despises Israel and he wants to take away all money that we would ever give in kind for Israeli military support. Listen.
We must not give one nickel more of U.S. taxpayers to the extremist government in Israel. Not another nickel.
Okay, blaza. Okay, they love you there, Bernie, for that one. So Bernie Sanders doesn't want to give any money. We do give about $3.5 billion, and it was done over a decade. And the money actually is for purchasing of U.S. military equipment so that they can protect themselves and kind of be our, dare I say, hitman in the Middle East, right? There's a reason for it. They're kind of doing our dirty work. Maybe people don't want to admit that. But it is in the U.S. interest to have some kind of cop over there in the Middle East. Otherwise, you're going to get a little bit of what we got going on right now, and you'll have a lot more of it, right? If it's all bedlam and Iran is just shooting at everybody. So Israel is helping us. We're helping them. And we look to them to be kind of the cop there in the Middle East. I mean, that's just the reality. We helped create Israel, okay? We created it. And now we're like, okay, we need it to run reasonably. And all these people want to kill each other for some reason. So who's going to be the adult in the room? And that's what the $3.5 billion is about. So everybody wants to cancel that. You know what else they want to do? They want to get rid of prisons. And they want to have healthcare for all, and they want to have education for all for free, so you can get your PhD in transgender studies. And they want to have a basic universal income so that you never have to work. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And yeah, it's gotten crazy. It's so crazy that even CNN's Van Jones is out there saying, I got to step in. And indeed he did. And he called out how crazy it was. And all of a sudden his phone was blowing up. Everybody's like, thank you. The Democrat Party is like, thank the Lord, right? Hallelujah. My gosh. darn it, somebody's calling out the crazies, but I'll tell you, it's not going to do any good. He tries to blame it on Trump. He's all wrong on that front, but he's right that they got to get in front of this. Otherwise, I think it's going to be good stuff for us.
This phone has been blowing up all day. Governors from both parties, senators from both parties, Democrats in the House calling, thanking me for saying what everybody's been saying behind the scenes, which is that this stuff is going too far. I am a progressive Democrat. You want to talk about prison reform? I've done it as well as anybody, Republican Democrats in the South with Trump. I've done prison reform. I never said have no prisons. Where are you going to put the Klan? I've done police reform. I never said no police. Where are you going to put the pedophiles? Who's going to grab the pedophiles? This stuff is going too far. And part of the thing that has to happen is we saw what happened in the Republican Party when things started going in a nutty direction and nobody stood up. I am happy that the young people are fighting for affordability, Medicare for all the good things. I've been waiting my whole life to see a youth movement do what it's doing. But it's being hijacked by people who are putting in nutty ideas supporting terrorists, nutty ideas saying that we don't need cops in prison. We can't deport anybody even if they rape somebody. Who said this? Chevalier. Where does Chevalier?
Chevalier is going to be the Democratic nominee. DSA nominee for Congress now from the Bronx.
Yeah, one of the Mamdani backup singers, the one that believes America is responsible for 9/11. I mean, wow. This is sort of sick stuff. It's gotten so... I mean, I keep saying they did this to themselves because Donald Trump came out with some very, very sane policies. Very sane policies. Like, hey, maybe... I'm just thinking maybe we ought to make sure that we don't open our borders up to millions of people coming in that we can't house and support. Maybe you actually ought to go through some kind of process to come to this country rather than come here illegally. That was legislation, by the way, that was very heavily championed by the Democrat Party for years and years and years. Why? Because they knew we couldn't be the welfare system for Mexico. For goodness sakes, that's a direct Dianne Feinstein from California, Democrat senator, quote, we can't be the welfare system for Mexico. So they used to get it. But as soon as Donald Trump came out and said, this is mine, I'm going to go with this, and this is my policy, then all of a sudden they flinched and they suddenly wanted open borders. And you see, every time he says something smart, they have to refute it because it's from Trump, and they have TDS, and they can't accept. I mean, there's no realism here. They're just anything but Trump. ABT, okay? Anything but Trump. And that leaves them where? Nowhere. You got nothing to run on. Zip Serenata. If you're just going to run on, well, I hate Trump. Good luck. You're not going to get elected. And so this is what has left all this wiggle room for the crazies. Mamdani and his backup singers taking over the entire stage because the Democrats have been unwilling to work with this administration to come up with sensible policies. And when you have nothing sensible to run on, you're left with the crazies taking over. And that's exactly where we are right now. Exactly where we are. So look, Van Jones, you keep going out there trying to fight a good cause, but I think the ship has sailed. And I think you guys are going to lose and lose and lose and lose and lose because of it. Because no one fundamentally, other than the 22-year-old hipster from Brooklyn, ultimately wants what these people are selling. We are American.
He's been in office for a full year now. They have not come up with any of this purported evidence of voter fraud. You guys are in search of something that there's been no evidence exists. New Jersey is double-checking its voter rolls tonight after a software error added 6,600 non-citizens to the voter rolls. It is the suggestion that this is fraud suggests that these people were trying to vote. Sometimes what happens is that when state systems are incorrect, people receive information and they are confused. Where some people who are ineligible to vote are not aware that they're ineligible to vote. I do think whether it is widespread or not matters. I do think that the numbers actually matter.
The Republicans here are talking about a solution to a non-existent problem. Again, Jake, to make it very clear, this country does not have a problem of election security in any measurable level, and certainly not based on people coming from other countries.
Right, it happens, but at very, very minuscule
numbers. It's not a serious threat when it comes to election security. Again, it happens, but very seldom.
Vanishingly small. I mean, it's so small that it's just beyond comparison.
But Mikey Sherrill, the governor of New Jersey, made this announcement today. A surprising announcement. Nearly 400 non-citizens voted in New Jersey elections as a result of what she calls a serious software error. Governor Sherrill posted this quote, as the Trump administration tries to weaponize elections for political gain, I am ensuring we protect our elections. She goes on to say the difference is simple. When we find a problem, we don't hide it, deny it, or invent conspiracies. We investigate it, we fix it, and we tell the public. I have to say, though, for Democrats, I'm not saying that the Save America, the SAVE Act is going to pass.
Yeah.
But this is not good for Democrats' argument that there's no such thing as undocumented immigrants voting.
This is not good for our country generally, I would say.
Even better.
And this is a terrible problem to have. I think she handled it correctly.
If you're in the country illegally and you get a letter saying that you can vote and you know you're not supposed to, not only you're not supposed to vote, you're not supposed to be there. Why do you vote? Like, how do you get registered for a party? Well, some of them but I just wonder, that's some stupid business.
Boy. So, y'all to talk about some juicy cope from the mainstream liberal media over the bombshell revelations from Democrat Governor of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, essentially admitting in a roundabout way that President Trump was right when he gave his election speech about how there is widespread fraud in our election systems, particularly in these blue states. You have illegals who are not only on voting rolls, but they're also voting. Again, this has been proven and confirmed by a Democrat governor. Now, she claims that this was a software error, right? It was a glitch, okay? It's always a glitch, okay? But what we know is that you had thousands of illegals, non-citizens, registered to vote in New Jersey, and they voted. Now, the mainstream liberal media has been peddling Democrat Party talking points claiming that this never happens. Well, see, this never happens. This doesn't exist. This is a right-wing conspiracy theory, right? This is what they've been telling us. And now that this is no longer a right-wing conspiracy theory, they have now moved the goalposts.
But it does represent a pretty big screw-up and probably the largest breach of this kind that I could ever cover. What was your reaction to seeing that news today?
Yeah, I heard about it for the first time today as well, and I have to say, look, this is unacceptable, and this needs to be fixed immediately, and people need to be held accountable for that, especially if they've known this since it's happened a couple years ago. So yes, when there are mistakes, when there are things that are broken, we need to fix it, but we also need to make sure that we're looking at the problems in the right size, that this is not akin to what Donald Trump was talking about.
And I got to talk about this because of course, Abby Phillip was one of these mainstream liberal media hosts running around peddling Democrat talking points on this issue. And now that she's been proven wrong, again, she is going to try to move the goalposts in a way that is so shameful that, honestly, I'm not entirely sure how Republicans continue to subject themselves to such partisan hackery. Right, that is coming from what is supposed to be a journalist, right, a moderator on a debate show. It's very shameful. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get into this.
2023, nearly 3 years before I became governor, a serious software error in New Jersey's motor vehicle system led to the improper voter registration of what we believe to be roughly 6,600 people in our state. In the case of this error, some individuals indicated that they weren't citizens and weren't eligible to vote, but the software registered them anyway.
The governor said that about 400 of those people cast ballots, but there's...
By the way, I'm not buying into the serious glitch thing, right? That's just what they're putting out there in order to do damage control. Because, again, the administration is basically threatening to put people in jail if non-citizens vote, right? So I think the software glitch, that's their way of saying, okay, right, we're going to try to address this problem. We're going to try to clean it up. But just understand, it's a software glitch, right? Software glitch, okay? I think it's more than a software glitch, to be honest with you.
More than that.
No evidence at this time that any elections were swayed. She made the surprise disclosure just days after President Trump's address to the nation, where he claimed that hundreds of thousands of non-citizens are on the rolls across the country. Sherrill promised accountability and said that the the vendor responsible for the system is being replaced. She also took a swipe at the president.
As the Trump administration tries to weaponize elections for political gain, I am ensuring that we protect our elections. Let me be clear. Donald Trump has zero credibility on the issue of election integrity.
The White House obviously seized on the news to help push Trump's voter ID bill, writing, quote, Democrat glitch registers thousands of non-citizens to vote. Another reason to pass the Save America Act. This is obviously not a great situation. She acknowledged that. But it also doesn't demonstrate that there's widespread voter fraud in New Jersey or anywhere.
In New Jersey? 6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls. That's to me is pretty widespread voter fraud.
That's widespread?
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty bad if one person who's not a legal citizen in the United States.
What's the number of registered voters in the state?
New Jersey spends $60 billion over that overall on its budget. So I think if we're seeing...
but I mean, you just said it's widespread. So where's the proof that it's widespread?
6,000.
Well, what she just announced, right? As this guy is going to lay out what she just said, that's the proof. But again, do you guys see what's happening here, right? The goalpost move initially from Abby Phillip. Before it was like, okay, well, see, this just doesn't happen at all, right? This is non-existent. Now that we have proof and evidence that it does exist, which we already had evidence that it existed, right? We knew, because that is why Democrats don't want their voter rolls examined, right? This is why they don't want any transparency, because they know that non-citizens are registered to vote and that illegals are voting, okay? So they can't be transparent about it. But again, just pay attention to the goalpost move here.
1,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls.
That is 0.006% of registered voters in the state. Mikey Sherrill, she won her
I don't think it invalidates her election.
She won her election by 500,000 votes. There were 3.3 million ballots cast in that election. 400 ineligible voters. Let's say, because we don't even know, let's say they all voted for her, which maybe they did.
Yeah, it still wouldn't invalidate the election.
That would be about 1/100th of a percent of all the votes cast. Yeah. Widespread?
Yeah, 6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls. That's pretty bad. I think.
Hold on, widespread.
Yeah.
6,600 people who were inadvertently registered to vote. The vast majority of them never cast a ballot, and you're calling 400 maybe ballots cast by people who were registered as Republicans, as Democrats, as Independents, as widespread in a state where there are 6.8 million registered voters.
Yeah, I'm with the governor of New Jersey on this. I think it's a pretty big problem.
That math doesn't math. Jesse.
Well, I didn't say it invalidated Mikey Sherrill's election results.
I didn't say you said that, but I also dispute the idea that there's any proof that this is widespread.
I think there are thousands of non-citizens on the voter rolls in New Jersey, and I'm pretty concerned about that. I would call it a widespread problem. I think the bigger problem here is that...
What's your definition of widespread, by the way? Is it 1%? Is it 2%?
I don't know, more than 100? I think it's a big problem. What's yours?
What's your tolerance for this?
Hold on. This is not about tolerance. This is about, is it widespread or is it something that is relatively rare,
You're pounding him over the word widespread. I just would ask you,
Scott,
what is your tolerance for any fraud at all?
Is it widespread?
Absolutely. Over 6,000 people.
What is your bar for widespread?
And she said, my bar is I want no tolerance. I have zero tolerance.
So what is your tolerance for American citizens?
By the way, this isn't the only place this is happening.
What is your tolerance for American citizens whose valid voter registrations are invalidated by incorrect databases? What's your tolerance for that?
I don't have tolerance for any mistakes in the electoral system, including putting non-citizens on the rolls.
So then why are we not keeping the same energy for that as we are for this?
I do have energy. As you know, I've come out here and long argued that every time we don't clean up the voter rolls, that every time a non-citizen makes it onto the voter rolls, it invalidates some legal person's vote.
What about when an American is not allowed to vote when they are eligible to vote?
I don't have any tolerance for that either. American citizens should be allowed to vote, but American citizens are invalidated.
Why are you okay then with the administration using a system that a federal judge recently found was actively removing U.S. citizens from the voter rolls based on inaccurate information? Why are you comfortable with that system being used to check the voter rolls?
This is a convenient deflection for you. This is the worst possible story that could happen for Democrats right now regarding the debate over the SAVE Act. 600 illegal aliens on the rolls in New Jersey that you know about.
Can I tell you why I think this is complete?
This woman should be fired, bro.
Immediately.
This woman should be fired. This is a fireable segment. I'm so serious. Like, CNN, what are you doing? I mean, seriously, like, what are you doing? Why are you still allowing this woman to host this show? This is just overt partisan hackery, right? That's what this is. Like, why did she feel the need to come on air and to basically play this semantics game about whether or not this is a real issue, right? Ultimately, it is, because even one vote that was illegally cast is a big deal. You are disenfranchising people. Now, again, what I would have asked Abby Phillip, right, in response to her trying to play this down, is that, okay, well, if 400 black people weren't allowed to vote for whatever reason, right, do you think that's a widespread problem, right? Would you think that was a widespread issue that should be addressed? Or do you think that's something we should sweep under the rug and pretend like, oh, well, that's not a problem, right? I would have been very fascinated to hear her response to the question of, if this happened to 400 black people and they weren't allowed to vote, they were disenfranchised, do you think it's a big deal? Do you think it's something we should worry about? Would you try to play it down? Would you try to belittle it? Okay? That's a serious question. It's a serious question. But again, pay attention to the goalpost move here. Initially, it was, well, see, this doesn't happen at all. Then it happens. Then we have proof and evidence that it happens. Oh, well, see, it's not a big deal. It's not widespread, right?
Which one is it?
It's totally fine if you have 6,600 people, illegals, who own voter rolls and that can vote, right? It's totally fine for 400 of them to vote election. That's enough to swing a small election. You're talking about a local election. That's enough to swing a house seat, right? 400 votes.
Right.
Because let's be real, some of these house seats, some of these house districts, you're only talking about a few thousand people voting for their reps, right? So when you talk about 400 votes being illegal, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. We're not just talking about the state overall. You got to understand that these small local elections, like, they come down to razor thin margins. We see this a lot. Not that many people vote in those elections. So you have illegal votes being cast. Even one is a big deal. That's somebody else's vote being disenfranchised. That is some American citizen whose vote technically didn't count.
Crazy.
But again, according to Abby Phillip, not a big deal, though. But they want to boohoo, whine, and cry about non-existent voter suppression. You know what's so funny? Is that Republicans have to bend over backwards to prove that there's voter fraud, right? That illegals are voting. And we actually have proof and evidence of this, right? Real numbers.
Dave, thank you for the eagle, man. Okay? Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat, Dave. Appreciate that, man. Got me a nice little eagle, man. I ain't see him flying. Thank you. Appreciate that.
But Democrats don't have to ever provide any numbers about how many black people's votes are being suppressed by Republican election integrity laws. Notice how they never provide any quantifiable numbers on that, right? They never have any numbers on it. We're supposed to believe that there's widespread voter suppression. But where are the numbers? Where are the numbers?
Where?
They don't have any numbers, right? But when we actually provide numbers on non-citizens being registered to vote and voting in our elections, well, see, it ain't really that big of a deal. It's not really widespread, right? Who cares if 400 people's votes gets disenfranchised in New Jersey? Who cares? Again, this is just, it's shameful, man. And I asked CNN, what are you doing? What are you doing? At some point, you got to say, look, this ain't working, right? This show right here, it's a great concept, but it only works when you have a moderator, right? Somebody who is truly unbiased and in the middle. She's essentially become a debater because, as you can see here, she's pissed. She's upset that the so-called right-wing conspiracy theory is no longer a right-wing conspiracy theory. So she has to come out here and again play it down. For what? Why? Right? Like, it's not your job. The fact that she feels...
Yeah, shit ain't cool, man. And there was no way people that had passed away for years. I mean, like, let's say 10, 20 years. How is their name still on the ballot? and they passed away 10 to 20 years ago. That's crazy. That should not even happen like that, man. I get maybe a year or two, but 10, 20 years, and they still on the ballot and they've been passed away. We gotta do better, man. On both
the need to play this down, to try to make it seem like this is not a big deal. I mean, it's kind of wild to me, to be honest with you. That's not her job. Her job is not to insert her opinion into whether or not this is a big deal or not a big deal. That's the job of the guest. The job of the moderator is simply to present information. Well, this is what the governor found. You guys debate it, right? But she felt the need to debate. The fact that she felt the need to debate it and to try to, basically say that a news story that she's covering is not a big deal, right, is wild to me, right? It's super wild. It's like, bruh, again, if you're going to give opinion, then you might as well just be a debater. Let somebody else moderate.
Yes. Thank you.
This conversation is wrong. Because, first of all, it's not the worst possible conversation. This is actually a very good conversation for Democrats because Mikey Sherrill did exactly the right thing. She was transparent.
That's all I was saying.
Let me finish. She was transparent.
And it was good.
She was transparent. She was accountable. She immediately held the people accountable. She removed the software vendor, and she criticized the former governor, who was a Democrat, criticized the former governor for failing to address the problem. That's exactly what a responsible leader is supposed to do. Exactly the opposite of what Donald Trump did in this irresponsible speech last week. Exactly the opposite of what Donald Trump did when he lost the 2020 election, and he told the people in Georgia he needs to find 11,780 votes, which, by the way, is voter fraud. This is not an issue about whether it's widespread or not. It's not, because it's really a question about, is it even fraud? This was not fraud. This was a mistake. People were given an option. Are you a U.S. citizen or not? They said no, but the computer system incorrectly registered them to vote. They didn't do anything.
That's a fair point.
Required them to do something on their own.
Right. It is the suggestion.
Well, I mean,
125.
They knew that they weren't eligible to vote. They were non-citizens. And even if you say, okay, well, it was a software glitch and, it registered them to vote anyways. Well, they're not citizens. So why did they try to vote, right? They tried to vote. So clearly that's fraud.
Right.
Again, the code here is crazy.
Yes.
It's absolutely crazy. It's insane, right? It's fraud. Now the goalpost is moved from,
MAGA is not a cult. He just love America, man. We love our flag. You know what I'm saying? That's on the flag should be flying. You here in America, period. Take care of America. Take care of here first. We're not a goddamn cult. You guys are cult. You guys out there wearing them damn frog suits, them furries, them septic rings, rainbow hair color. You know which bathroom to go into. You don't know who your mommy is when it comes to what is a woman. You guys are a cult. Common sense is not a cult. We are not a cult at all. We love where we stay at. On the real.
See, fraud happened, but it's not really fraud, right? They didn't purposely, go out of their way to do something wrong. And I'm like, well, again, even if you give the Democrats the benefit of the doubt and say that this is a software glitch, the illegals still voted, knowing that they weren't really eligible to vote, right? Like you're a non-citizen, you can't vote, and they voted anyways. That's fraud. Again, that's if you give Democrats the benefit of the doubt. I don't believe that it was just a software glitch.
Yeah, they drugged up, Savage. Salty
But
Savage. They
ultimately,
drugged up.
the way to prevent software glitches is exactly what the administration is proposing, the SAVE Act, right? If you have to provide proof of citizenship up front when you go and you register to vote, then this problem doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. You don't get it at all, right? But, because we don't have the SAVE Act, because you don't have to prove that you're a citizen, hey, stuff like this happens. And again, you can see the
Right. The lady said she had her dog voted. Some dude said he flew from China, flew in America, voted in America, and went back to China. That's not cool, man, at all. That's bullshit. You can't go to China and vote in their elections. I'm supposed to get thrown away and thrown in jail. Everybody keep on saying America is so bad, but you guys want the border to be open. How is America bad? It's a shithole and it's not safe, yet you guys keep on wanting people to come here from other countries. America is so bad. It's so xenophobic. It's racist. But yet, open the borders though. Let everybody in. No problem. America is great. Which one is it?
Contact with relationships.
A woman who received the most taxpayer money from daycare reimbursements in Minnesota last year just pleaded guilty to fraud.
So as fraudsters get convicted and learn actions have consequences in 2026 America, someone else is on the run. And that someone is Representative Omar, who's now refusing to answer questions about her $30 million net worth drop. Meanwhile, scams just like those in Minnesota seem to be expanding across the country, revealing that what many people thought was just an isolated incident is actually a scheme to plunder all of America.
5 months after she shut down her daycare, booked a flight to London, and was arrested by the FBI.
Ms. Mohammed, are you here to plead guilty today?
Since your net worth dropped on the new forms, the new financial disclosure forms, could you tell us if your husband still has the consulting business and the wine business?
This guy who was arrested was allegedly one of the orchestrators of the massive Feeding Our Futures fraud scheme, and his name came up a lot during the trial of the now convicted ringleader of the scandal, and that trial also exposed multiple communications they had with Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's staff.
And how come you guys are the daycare that receives the most amount of money here in Flushing, Queens?
We have a lot of members.
How many members do you guys have?
I don't have to tell you.
Because here it says you guys have 7,899. Oh, it's actually from the public databases of CMS and HHS. Are you committing fraud?
It's not like a one-off. He has relationships with many of those who have been convicted or charged in this scheme. So I think it's absolutely relevant that we get to the truth of what those communications with her office were.
So if you tell the entire world and the U.S. government that you're worth $30 million and then you turn around and tell them you're not, something fishy going on here. But what nobody's talking about is while Ilhan Omar's office had direct contact with people who are now headed to prison, that type of behavior emboldens scammers all throughout our country. In fact, we're now witnessing scheme after scheme in sanctuary city after sanctuary city, while at the same time average, hardworking Americans who obey the law are dealing with affordability issues never before experienced. While these communist politicians who say they care about you get richer than those they claim need to be punished. But it's not just the politicians who are allegedly enriching themselves, the scammers are too. They're voting Democrat, they're living large, they're taking luxury vacations, they're opening new clinics, and there are so many of them. But now these places are getting exposed, and that's terrible news for the corrupt interests who, at a minimum, enable the existence of these fraud compounds by using emotional energy to tug at the hearts of Americans and make us feel like we're not doing our fair share, just so the scammers can get more of everyone else's money, or worse, directly communicate with these fugitives who are now behind bars, knowing that they're orchestrating such schemes.
Go mentally, me. Thank you guys for the super chat. Thank you. Appreciate that. Let's continue, man. You guys are a blessing. Thank you.
But turning a blind eye because it's convenient.
And now they're unionizing those folks, which now creates a separate flow of money. Union dues translate into political support. So it's basically political patronage.
But here's the real reason Ilhan Omar is back in the spotlight. Every single time somebody gets busted for something that may allegedly lead back to her, she revises her net worth. She's done it a couple of times now. It's very strange.
Financial disclosures show that the estate of the Minnesota Congresswoman jumped from almost nothing to $30 million while in office. Then, amid all the scrutiny over her personal finances, Omar and her husband updated their financial disclosure to state that their estate was worth less than $100,000.
But as we're learning, she's not the only politician in America allegedly benefiting in some manner from fraud, or else we wouldn't see these schemes popping up all over the place in various sanctuaries like Queens, New York City, which is on the other side of the country, but also happens to be in a state state, which has been taken over by the communists, where the king of the Democrat Party is now remaking that city in the same manner with which they wish to afflict all of America. But before we look at some of these new schemes that are going to make your head spin, Ilhan Omar's in real trouble, and she knows it. Watch this.
Since your net worth dropped on the new forms, the new financial disclosure forms, could you tell us if your husband still has the consulting business and the wine business? I remember you were saying it was an accounting error before, but the new forms are even lower in terms of the net worth.
So in case you're confused, Ilhan Omar's net worth rose by 3,500% when Joe Biden was president. But now that people are getting convicted, now that there's a new sheriff in town, now that the country has an anti-fraud task force, it's come back down quite a bit. And if you had a business that could skyrocket your net worth 3,500% in just a few years, you'd probably keep that thing going, right? But here's where things get even worse. Watch.
Al also exposed multiple communications they had with Congresswoman Ilhan Omar's staff. For example, in February 2021, there was an email chain between Bach and Omar's office with the subject line, "Help with USDA food programs," the same programs that were...
Subscribe, you guys. Subscribe. We are growing. 2,230 subscribers. Thank you, guys. And this is my latest video I just did this morning about 5 hours ago. Check it out. Like, share, and subscribe. This is my channel. All right, let's continue.
Were targeted by the fraudsters for more than $250 million. A couple weeks later, Bach sent Ilhan an email with the subject line, Ilhan's office. There was also a string of text messages between Bach and Omar's staff. What did all of those messages say? Well, we don't know that because they were sealed by the court. And when Minnesota lawmakers investigating the fraud requested Congresswoman Omar to turn those records related to her office's contacts with individuals who've been charged or convicted in the scheme, she refused.
She refused. So she doesn't want anyone to know what messages were being sent, what they might contain, because the more people start digging into this stuff, the more wealth revisions she might have to end up doing, and that would be bad for business, wouldn't it? But while this type of behavior only fuels speculation about what's going on in this specific case, we're learning a lot about how these fraud networks operate by what's happening on the other side of the country. Watch.
And how come you guys are the daycare that receives the most amount of money here in Flushing, Queens?
We have a lot of members.
How many members do you guys have?
I don't have to tell you.
Because here it says you guys have 7,899. Oh, it's actually from the public databases of CMS and HHS.
Do I have to tell you the number?
But this place doesn't look like it can hold 7,000 people.
You're asking me some about...
Well, this is public information because it's public tax dollars that you guys are receiving.
I don't have to tell you, right?
Yeah, but do you guys have 7,000 members, for instance?
That's crazy.
We don't have 7,000
he admits it.
Okay, well, that's what it says. You have 7,899 in 2024. And
the people committing fraud in places like New York City, they don't even know how much fraud they're committing. It's so out of control. This business is licensed to have almost 8,000 people in it. Think about that. But look at what the sign on the wall says. Right over here, it says second floor occupancy by more than 177 persons is dangerous and unlawful. So the amount of people that are supposed to be in here is legally impossible and would cause this place to get shut down by the fire department.
So that's not true?
7,000?
Yeah. So you guys overbilling then? Because you guys are getting paid per patient $1,600, and that's how you guys got $12.9 million in 2024.
I don't know how they calculate.
You don't know how they calculate.
I don't remember all the numbers.
He doesn't remember all the numbers. He doesn't know how they calculate any of this stuff. But for some reason, he feels the need to get incredibly defensive and invasive, and he doesn't want to answer questions, and he doesn't want to talk, but he's taking this authoritative stance like he has answers. He just doesn't want to give them out. Do I have to tell you? Who are you? What are you doing here? How dare you investigate me? Yeah, it's not suspicious.
I don't remember all the numbers.
But did you have 7,000? I think you'd remember if you had.
No, we don't have 7,000 members.
We We don't have 7,000 members.
How come you guys billed for 7,000 people?
Do I have to tell you?
Well, you like $12.9 million on 7,000 patients, and you said there's not 7,000 patients. Are you committing fraud?
Oh, no!
Like, are these numbers wrong?
Please, sir.
$12.9 million?
Now he has to leave.
Leave.
$12.9 million. All right, we will leave. You could have just answered the questions. Now,
I said I don't want
now
to.
people are going to be wondering if you committed fraud.
I don't want to, but why you keep asking me? I said I don't want to tell you the information.
Yeah, that's not helping. You see, the thing with these fraudsters that is so amazing to me is they don't want to answer any questions. They don't care if they're obviously doing something wrong because they've been doing it for so long. That's why this is so brazen. That's why this is out in the open. This is not a brand new establishment that they're in. It's not full of brand new stuff. It wasn't just renovated. It didn't just pop up overnight. These schemes have been going on for a long time. These people have been doing this for a long time, not suffering with the affordability problems everyday law-abiding Americans have to deal with while scammers rob all of us.
Well, these are taxpayer dollars, so...
For what? So I don't have to tell you the...
We're sick of people defrauding our taxes.
Wow.
This guy received $12.9 million, and right here it says they had 7,899 patients.
But before you tell yourself that this is just a one-off, that, hey, they found some place where there's obviously something strange going on, people don't want to answer any questions, just look at how many of these establishments might be floating out around there in America's largest sanctuary city. You are not going to believe this.
Hey, New York City, Flushing, Queens. We take you to the front lines wherever we're going. Here, social adult daycare centers, the biggest fraud you've never heard of. I walk through here and I wonder, how is it possible that you would have this many pharmacies
in such
close proximity to each other? We're going to start counting. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So we got one here.
One right there.
Number two. Look at this. This is the durable medical equipment supplier. Those are all the things they sell, wheelchairs and automatic scooters. These are expensive. And then we have another pharmacy.
Yeah.
I'm losing track. Yeah. It's like a game show. You get a pharmacy. You get a pharmacy. We have an all-live social daycare right here. Another social adult daycare center. And over here, we have a bunch more. Across the street.
Insane.
The whole neighborhood is pharmacies and places that sell medical equipment and daycare centers. That is incredibly bizarre. And look at the foot traffic on the street. You got a few people out there who are just going about their business, but you don't have 7,000 people going into this place and 10,000 people go. Like, there are so many red flags. Anybody who went here and even looked inside these places would know there's something funny going on. But there's a reason all of this is happening. It's because someone is benefiting from this type of mayhem. And we're going to look at exactly who that is. But before we do, check out this next business and tell me if the actions of the people getting investigated raise any red flags.
Fraud. Give you a rough idea. How many patients do you see here, do you think, today?
That's per day?
Yes.
Today?
Yeah.
We have the registered already, but hold on. I have a phone call. Sorry.
Well, just give me a quick idea, because I think there's no one reading.
The 40.
Fake phone call.
Today,
fake phone call.
Because you need
Just on average.
Yeah, average.
Average.
50. We have two shifts. Yeah.
58 people.
Per shift.
Would it even be possible for you guys to have 8,000 different patients?
8,000?
Yes.
8,000 patients?
Yes.
Actually, I have an idea for that number.
Would it be possible to have 8,000 patients here?
That's crazy. 8,000 patients here when? I'm not sure.
Throughout the year.
Last year.
Actually, I don't know. I have no idea for that.
Would it be possible for you guys who run this daycare to handle 8,000 different patients in 1 year? Theoretically.
This is so wild. So the people that work at these places, they don't even comprehend the magnitude of the fraud that is being committed here. These companies, these offices, these adult daycares that are all over the place, they're billing so much money. It just blows the minds of the people that are there who don't see anywhere near 8,000 different people coming in the door at these operations. But there's a reason that that's happening. And that, once you understand what it is going to make it very easy to understand why there are so many of these schemes all over the place.
The bosses, the owners, I'm not sure.
They don't know who owns it.
You must know who owns the business.
we just have the managers and the owners. I really don't know.
Have you ever met the owners?
No, not yet.
Who's managing the business?
The director is the ladies. I really don't know.
Doesn't know this. You don't know who employs you?
No, I just hired them last month.
Who hired you?
The managers too.
And how long have you all been working here?
A month.
All a month? What happened to people who were here before last month?
I have no idea.
They all left?
Yeah.
So you have a business that's obviously been here for years, but the entire crew of people working there are all brand new people. The guy that's like in charge here with the Toyota t-shirt, he says he's been there a month. So is everybody else. Now, this is a little bit different than the other place we looked at where the guy doesn't want to answer any questions and is obviously somebody in a position of authority who knows a little bit more than they were willing to reveal. But these folks, they claim they don't know anything. They claim they've all been there for 1 month. They don't know where all the old employees went. And this place obviously had employees working there before because look, it's not a brand new place. They didn't just build this place. It's not some brand new establishment. And wait till you hear what they say next.
Why would everybody leave in 1 month?
You mean the patient or the members?
The people working here. If you all started last month.
The staff.
The staff.
When I came here, I just met them, and they are already set up. So I really don't know about that.
And did you all started working here last month?
More than a month. Those are the veterans.
This lady and not ladies, not
a whole new staff.
So it sounds like you guys got a whole new staff here.
Why would they have a whole new staff every couple of months? Could that be because if anybody wants to come and do some sort of investigation, the investigators will learn nothing because the people working there know nothing? Check this out.
Here that had a pharmacy on one side and another medical facility on the other side, which goes to show the perfect example of a location that uses an adult daycare to carry out other forms of fraud.
And so
they're all the
might
same.
be working together. Often that's the case. One of the clues we have is if the social adult daycare center is running a lot of other businesses, a good example might be they're doing transportation. And so it makes us concerned. So this one was actually shut down, the original one, and didn't take long for another one to sprout right up again. This facility was shut down, back up again. It makes you wonder if the person that you went after was really the appropriate culprit, because maybe they're just, the frontline guy who's doing the beckoning of the boss. The minion here is following the orders of the Don. And when the Don says, okay, you're out of business, you move on to some other endeavor, I'll take care of you. Let's put new people in place of it. It's very hard for law enforcement to catch up.
So what they're doing is they have a whole bunch of these businesses, which in some cases may all be right next to each other, and they're moving their workforce around. You're working a little bit here at the adult daycare, and then a month later, hey, go to my transportation company, and then a month later, hey, go run my medical services, and they keep switching everybody up. So you got different people all over the place. This is like what they do at the Lockheed Skunk Works, where they got people on different floors working on different elements of the same project, and things are so micro compartmentalized that nobody really knows what anybody else is doing, and they don't understand that they're building some new stealth bomber or something. They have no idea. They're just making some little component or something. That's what's going on here. It's the same thing. You got this decentralized operation, so none of the people on the ground, if they're ever caught or interrogated, could divulge any of what the scam is up to. But now we got to get to who it is that might be benefiting from this. Obviously, the people running it, but who else?
You realize there are much bigger powers at play. And the reason I started thinking that, and I think a lot of others are now, also sort of wondering the same questions I'm having, is how is it possible we let this happen?
Right.
Is this really a flaw in the system, or is it a feature? Are there good things that might happen if you're running government, if you have this kind of fraud? So in this case, these guys bring together all the seniors. They say, here's the deal. I'm going to give you some money, but I want you to pretend like you're getting personal care services at home. Now, personal care services, remember, these are things your family would do for you, right? So let's just say, for example,
there's a connection.
that you've got someone carrying the groceries for you, or driving you to an office, or taking care of some issues your family would normally manage for you. It's hard to police that. But what it does do is it creates jobs. So now all of a sudden you've got basically the federal government hiring people to take care of all the people who come out of here. And all those services, although the state initially pays for them, the federal taxpayer picks up the tab. That's who pays the ultimate bill. And now you have a jobs program. Listen carefully. The most common job in the state of New York by twofold is personal care services that are hired when you go to one of these programs. Think about that. Twice as many jobs as any in the entire state are created by personal care services, and now they're unionizing those folks, which now creates a separate flow of money. Union dues translate into political support, so it's basically political patronage.
And it's the most popular job in the entire state by twofold, he says, which means the entire state's economy in New York is built on fraud and is being supported by the rest of America. And then these places unionize. And which politicians do they support? You think they're going to go out there and support the politicians that want to see investigations? You think they're going to go out there and support a president and a vice president who want to crack down on fraud and save the rest of America money? Not at all. And that's at a minimum. At a maximum, there are politicians who know about this and know that it's going on and plan to allow it to happen and are in direct coordination with fraudsters, as is alleged in the case of Representative Omar, who had a 3,500% net worth boom and then a drop of equal magnitude. But check this out. I saw a map here the other day of states that are driving economic growth in America. And I was looking at it. You have Florida down here, 3.1% economic growth. South Carolina, these are like the two leaders in the country. North Carolina's doing really well. But what stuck out to me is you have New York at 2.9%, California 2.5%, right? So these states apparently are leading economic growth in America for some reason. But then we find out that the most popular job, the biggest job sector and biggest part of the economy in New York over here is this home personal care. So yeah, there's economic growth. They hire more and more personal care. More and more of these fraud-related businesses are opening up all the time, and that's driving economic growth. But it's actually all supported by the rest of the country. The rest of the country is paying for these numbers. So you're going to hear people that say during this midterm election cycle, oh, New York, I mean, we got robust economic growth, 2.9%. We're one of the leading states. They say all our jobs are going to Florida. We're doing just as well as Florida's doing. California, same thing. We socialists know how the economy runs. We know everything. But the reality is these economies are being subsidized by every American. If you were to take that subsidy away and get rid of all those jobs, the numbers would not look like this. So you have fraudulent economics in these places, which is propping them up and will be used as a talking point to tell you that you should get out there and vote for more of this, so that more of it can happen, so that we can have more socialism, so that more of your money can be taken away and given to people who are scamming, who say they have 8,000 people, different people that visit a room the size of the room I'm in right now. What do you think about that? See you in the next video.
He's going to get arrested because he's in violation of the law. And so now he's out there making the rounds, trying to say, well, you know, maybe President Trump should do it. Well, no, President Trump's not going to do it because President Trump, one, is not going to arrest his ally. And two, we don't recognize the ICC, period. I really, you know, this is important, though, to think about. Okay, let me take a step back here just for a second, because we've talked a lot about the concerns about extremists infiltrating our political ranks. And Imam Dami keeps coming up as one of those, because why? Oh, this is the guy whose staff was trying to arrange a meeting with Iran. Okay, yeah, just let's go have a meeting with Iran. And think about this within the context of things. You think about what he said about Israel in the past, and I've got some stuff I want to show you. You think about, who is he really? I mean, he just showed up and got citizenship like 7 years ago. So like yesterday, he's really a guy from Uganda.
Damn.
Who doesn't like America. And now he is the mayor of America's biggest financial center. The biggest financial center in the world. So if you actually wanted to infiltrate us and you wanted to push this Muslim extremism onto us, if you wanted to try to take down Israel, how do you do it? You keep going in, bit by bit, whether it's Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, or Zohran Mamdani in New York City, whose own wife.
Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Like, share, and subscribe. Subscribe to the channel. Thank you. Name is Deontay. Let's get it.
Was out on Twitter posting how happy she was, liking posts about the October 7th atrocities. I mean, these are bad people. And I kind of think there's a method to his madness. He's trying to push the country in a new direction, and this new direction should scare all of us, especially in light of what happened in New Jersey. 6,600 non-citizens just automatically being entered into the voting rolls, and 400 of them voted. And CNN said this never would happen. We'll talk about that too, because all of this stuff is linked. You have a deliberate effort to undermine the greatness of the United States of America going on, and it's right there before our very eyes. So yeah, he's having to do a mea culpa. It turns out, what do you know, he can't do this. I think this is also him from earlier today.
As mayor, New York City would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a city that our values. My administration has reviewed. In the federal administration. My administration has reviewed every avenue available under applicable law to determine whether New York City could execute the International Criminal Court's arrest warrant if Benjamin Netanyahu came here. It is clear that we do not have the independent legal authority to enforce this warrant. As mayor, New York City would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. This is a city that our values are in line with international law. It's time that our actions are also. Even though the U.S. is not a signatory to the ICC? No, it's time that we actually step up and make clear what we are willing to do to showcase the leadership that is sorely missing in the federal.
Okay.
Right.
A bad dude. All right? Bad dude. And so, with that in mind, knowing that he was seemingly trying to execute power he didn't have, you got to ask the question why.
No military.
You got to ask why people are coming to our country that do not like America and want to change it into, I don't know, Uganda. We heard from the lady yesterday out in Colorado, right, who said the only way we're ever going to actually get any change and curb America's extremism is by having more and more people come here from developing countries, third world nations, and rising up into politics. I'm sorry, I thought you come to America for a chance at a better life, because America offers something that Uganda and Somalia and Ethiopia do not. And now you are really there? You're telling us exactly what your intention is, lady. I mean, this one just blew me away. She told us that they need to change America, and the only way you can change it is by having more and more of these people from these challenged nations come to America to change it. So is it about helping America, or is it about helping these various countries that apparently you still feel allegiance to? And this is where we're running into trouble, okay? Especially when you consider what Marco Rubio at the State Department is warning about, especially when you consider the intelligence that just came out last Thursday. You know, Mamdani is out there trying to break the law and then demanding that the president break the law because he's got a whole thing about Palestine. I'm sorry, guess what? Game over. Go back to Uganda because, hey, Israel is our ally. We helped create Israel, okay? And Israel is who we trust over there to keep the wheels on the bus. Bill Clinton tried to do a whole peace deal with you people over in Palestine, and guess what? That went nowhere. He had it on the table, and Arafat wouldn't sign it. So this is not going to change. And yet you've got Mamdani, who, if you ask me, is acting like some kind of foreign agent on behalf of everybody but the United States of America. So this is a real threat. It's a real threat. He's out there, violation of the Logan Act, if you ask me, with his staff trying to meet with Iran during the middle of a war. During the middle of a war, mind you. I mean, this is what the president's talking about when they talk about foreign interference and the concerns, right, about China and the concerns about Iran and bad foreign actors trying to goose up certain emotions and stories in the United States of America. And then you couple that together with a bunch of people who don't really have America's interests at heart, but have the interest of suppressing America, making everybody else better off. Because, hey, we should just become a bunch of commies. Well, you know what? Rubio's not going to have it. Donald Trump's not going to have it. I want to go to Marco Rubio speaking today on exactly what I've been highlighting all week long, that we know certain people in certain countries are trying deliberately to hurt us. They are trying to take us down a path towards communism, and we're not going to allow it. Watch.
Well, again, what the president put out on Thursday, that was the declassification of documents from our intelligence community. That's what he put out. He declassified intelligence assessments from our intelligence community. But your question was about communist influence. Yeah, the United States doesn't want to be a communist country. We're never going to be a communist country, and we're not going to allow communist influences to undermine our politics or our society. So I don't know what the inconsistency you're referring to is. It's very clear. Obviously we understand the Chinese system and other systems, but I can tell you our system doesn't want communism, and we're certainly not going to allow communist efforts to undermine American society and drive wedges into our country, and that's what we're seeing. And by the way, one of the leading culprits of that for many years, the intellectual authors, particularly in our hemisphere, is the Cuban regime, which our report on Monday outlined.
Wow. So we know that Iran is trying to use its influence. We know that China is trying to use its influence, and we know, it's very clear, whose side Mamdani is on, and it's not the United States of America. No. He doesn't like America. And he definitely doesn't like Israel. Here he is 2 weeks before October 7th.
Who is ready for Palestinian freedom? Who is ready for the end of apartheid? The support for the Israeli government is something that is developed from the first moment that someone even thinks about politics in this country. We have to combat it at the same level. Not on our time. Not on our time. Not on our time.
Okay, buddy, we get it. So he doesn't like Israel. He doesn't like America. He definitely doesn't like Donald Trump. And so last night, you'd think it was some kind of presidential address. He got himself on a desk. The question is, was it turned around the right way this time? Remember, he got Washington's desk out and then had it backwards with all those migrants surrounding him, and he had them glaring straight into the camera instead of looking at him. It was completely unnatural and totally produced.
A lot of people hate Trump, and that's fine. But a news network that refuses to air the president of the United States, they're not giving you a chance to think for yourself. They're telling you what to think.
Another thing, they didn't just preemptively.
A lot of people hate Trump, and that's fine. But if you're watching a news network that refuses to air the president of the United States, they're not giving you a chance to think for yourself. They're telling you what to think.
Another thing, they didn't just preemptively censor him, but they censored him based on what they thought he might say and what they decided that you should be allowed to hear. That is a major problem, and no one should accept that. But just in case anyone didn't get to see it, there are a couple of things that were revealed from that speech. One of them being that 250,000 non-citizens were registered to vote in the last election in just 4 states. Just 4. Another thing that was revealed was 400,000 dead people who voted. Bro, we do not have media in this country. We have propaganda. That's it.
So according to news media, or 4 major news outlets, the American people are too stupid to understand and shift through evidence that the president has to offer. I mean, just listen to what this guy has to say.
Watching tonight's presidential address and listening to what the president says tonight, but we're not going to take it live, as we've been discussing. That's because this president, sadly, has a history of misleading and in some cases simply false statements on what we've been talking about tonight, election security and integrity. Also, the White House earlier today said he would be showing newly classified documents, so we want to make sure that we have time to review those documents, talk to experts about them, contextualize whatever he says or shows before airing it. But if there is news, we will bring it to you ASAP.
I've got to admit, TDS is so bad that when the President of the United States have evidence about a national security threat, certain news outlets don't even want to air it. Instead, they'll say, oh, he's lying, so you don't need to hear it. We'll shift through all the evidence, and then we'll let you know what he said if there's anything important.
Wow.
This is censorship. I don't care what you say. Shame on those news outlets. I mean, what happened to journalism? Does that exist in this country? And I will tell you that those licenses that they have should be revoked. Should be revoked immediately. Think about it. The liberal left did damage control way before Trump even gave a speech. That should tell you something. That should tell you that they did not want the American people or their supporters to hear the facts themselves. Instead, they'll feed you their narrative. But I don't know. So much for the cry of Trump being a dictator. Because if anything proved that Trump was not a fascist or a dictator, the censorship of the President of the United States should answer that question.
And he's absolutely right. What's going on, everybody? I appreciate you guys pulling up today. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe.
Right, we all got censored. Anybody that was a conservative or right-wing during COVID and all that bullshit got censored. I'm glad we got X now. Because X is more, you know what I'm saying, it's conservative compared to how it was a few years ago. But yeah, you guys keep on calling Trump fascist and MAGA a cult. Y'all keep calling us a cult when we fascists, we Nazis. But you guys keep doing everything that you claiming us to be. You guys are doing it. You voting for it. We vote for common sense. You guys keep on accusing us of everything that y'all voting for. That's crazy. Right. Only y'all keep on saying Trump's a criminal based on what bullshit ass misdemeanors that Alvin Bragg turned into a felon to stop Trump from being a president, but it didn't work. You try to assassinate him. You try to bankrupt him. Smear the man's name. All types of meanings about Trump. You guys got people hanging Trump. You guys got people burning Trump. You got people stabbing Trump. You got people, all type of voodoo things going on with Trump. Y'all want to talk about that, though. Y'all hate that man that bad that you guys got voodoo dolls out here. And piñatas. Old women with sticks trying to hit Trump pianos, and she can't even hit it. That shit crazy as hell. But you keep on calling us a cult. But you guys out here citing violence. For Halloween, you guys dressed up like Charlie Kirk with blood in you guys' shirts and pointing at you guys' neck. And again, you walk around with these damn T-Rex and frog suits. Frog air suits and T-Rex air suits. Every time something stupid happens, you guys right out there protesting with these damn frog suits on and septic rings. Well, we a cult, but you out there every time protesting. Anything protesting. The most stupidest shit. Nobody in America is getting snatched up by ICE. If you're an American, you're not getting snatched up by ICE. The ones that get snatched up, they know why they get snatched up. But because they hollering and getting all emotional, doesn't mean that they right. No, they stayed here too long. They didn't get their visa right. They didn't want to assimilate. So that's on them. They ain't no victim. It's their fault. Accountability. Make accountability great again. Period.
To the channel for me, I gotta say it, man. The mainstream media in this country cannot be trusted. This brother's absolutely right. They can't be trusted. That is no longer an opinion. It's no longer an opinion. The American people have rendered their verdict.
Subscribe, everybody.
Gallup reports that only 28% of Americans trust the media to report the news fully, accurately, and fairly. That's at an all-time low.
Right.
Way down from the more than 70% in 1970. You cannot make this stuff up. You can't make it up. For years, the media They have protected Democrats while attacking the president and Republicans with completely different standards. They distort his words, interrupt his speeches, fact check him in real time, and sometimes refuse to carry his remarks at all. At this point, much of the mainstream media operates more like the propaganda arm for the Democratic Party than actual journalists. I'm at a point now to where I don't think that you can even listen to the likes of MS No One's Watching and CNN and ABC and so many other these networks, man. You gotta go other places. I like ground news. I like plethora of people, on this platform, YouTube. The independent journalist is where it's at. And the deeper problem.
How in the hell is Joe Biden the most popular president with 20 million votes? What happened? What happened? Those same voters that Joe Biden supposed to have had should have had went to Kamala. But it didn't happen that way. Some bullshit going on. Trump was right. The election was bogus. All of a sudden, the man surgery cut off, and then all of a sudden, the next day, he loses. The same thing with Chris Pratt. The man winning. Surgeon. A few days later, he's third. Second strong. All of a sudden, now he went to being second strong to being third, not out the race. That's crazy. The math ain't mathing, you guys. And we know that in chat. It's the liberals, the Karens, the damn Democrats. They don't get it. They know socialism is not going to work. They know it's not going to work. Y'all forgot about Berlin, the Berlin Wall? That shit got torn down. Nobody ran to the communism side. That wall came down, motherfuckers came to the other side, the right side. What happened to history? Nobody learning history no more? I don't even trust Google. I like going back to the library, going to the book, going to the source itself. It seemed like Google, YouTube, all of them, all left leaning. None of them centered. Just straight left.
The problem is this: the unaccountable press that believes that it should decide what Americans are allowed to hear.
No, yeah, especially like this is the president. How are the media gonna tell us what the president's saying, which is truth or not? And fact check and all that. Let us do our own research. Y'all just report the news and let us go from there. And this is the president. Y'all ain't gonna fact check anybody from China, anybody from Iran, all these other countries. They ain't gonna fact check them. But our president, we voted for. We gotta fact check. We gotta make sure everything he says, the T's is dotted and the I's is crossed. What the? This is insane, man. These people are not journalists, man. They are activists, man. They're activists. I even pronounce the shit and say they bogus as hell. They should lose their license. There was no way we voted for this. You guys are gonna tell us I'm listening to the president. Listen to what you guys gotta say. That's crazy. Very disrespectful. Hope they lose their license and sue their ass.
That is a problem. Thankfully, we do have independent journalists and patriots doing the work here in America and exposing the foolishness, because if it wasn't for that, we would be in trouble and most people would be lost. In John chapter 8, verse 32, it says, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." We got a lot to get into. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
Let me break it down to you like this. Up until 2008, everything was fine and dandy. Everybody was who they were, and they found a place where they belonged. 2008, we went and hired the black man to be president because we thought it was going to be cool, and we finally got something. And that all backfired in our face. Why? Because he created all the division that we see.
It's the same bullshit they did with Martin Luther King. You know what I'm saying? Everything was going good. Then Martin Luther King said, "Oh, the Democrat Party is good. Go stay with the Democrat Party. Go with the slaves. Go back to the plantation. Go back to the plantation. What y'all doing?" And that's what the fuck happened. Y'all get sent off with motherfucking Martin Luther King. Nobody is perfect on this planet. Nobody. I'm not perfect. I'm not here to judge nobody. Can I talk about it? Yes, I can. I'm saying I'm not here to judge him. I don't know the man. I got it against him. I don't know nobody. He's like that to judge people like that. I'm not God. I'm not Jesus. But what I'm saying is Martin Luther King was not perfect. The man was bogus as hell. Y'all made this man to be this so high up here. And the man was actually sending all the black people off. Period. He said it himself. He sent us off. We sent them off. Man, do y'all research on Martin Luther King, man. It's a guy named Vince Elliott Everson. Check him out. He be breaking some stuff down when it comes to Martin Luther King and Malcolm X.
Now, everybody who was cool and had a space where they were, all of a sudden decided that they wanted to be the main characters. We need our rights. Black people need their rights. LGBTQ needs their rights. Women want their rights, and the men want their rights. Everybody's fighting. Obama's over here giving everything away to Iran, giving everything away to Canada, giving everything away to China. Everything that we had was given away to everybody else. Creating all these false dependencies that people rely on so that they can take our money. Between this time and 2016, people started to realize that something wasn't right. Everything is going wrong under Obama. Everybody's divided now. Everybody's fighting now. Everybody wants to be in the forefront now. All of this occurred under Obama, and we all realized it. And at the same time, we see the media backing up everything that he says, just confirming everything that he says while all of our stuff is being taken away and nobody even realizes it's happening because they're so enamored by the black man in the suit. Then 2016 gets here and the unexpected happens. Donald Trump, he comes up and he says, you know what, I'll run for president. And he starts calling out the media, and he starts calling out all the lies, and he starts calling out all the corrupt politicians, and everybody who already realized that this stuff was happening. We finally found a voice that was echoing what we were already thinking. Donald Trump never told us what to think. He understood what we were thinking already. So we said, yeah, let's get behind him and make him president. And by doing this, we stopped a whole train that was coming towards us because it was supposed to be handed to Hillary.
Yep.
Donald Trump gets in there, and what happens? Everybody freaks out. The Republicans and the Democrats. Why? Because no longer can they be corrupt. Congress, no longer can they just perform their corrupt deeds. All these politicians that was working together on both sides of the aisle, all of a sudden had somebody who was no longer listening to them. So what happens? The media turns against him. The celebrities turn against him. Every single thing that we have, every company, every corporation turns against Donald Trump. He's the big bad wolf. We need to stop him because he's racist. He's a misogynist. He's this, he's that. He's such a horrible person. Even though the whole world loved this man prior to him becoming president, somehow he's been a secret racist under our nose the whole time. But he wasn't. He was the man who they couldn't stop. He was the man that was going to drain the swamp. He was the man that was going to call out the Republicans and the Democrats for the corrupt things that they've been doing to the American people.
This brother is cooking, and he's absolutely right. He's also the man that's an outside.
Right. Trump said this shit since Oprah. Since Oprah back in the day told us, hey, I'll run if America's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, which is being good, which is great, which is supposed to be doing. Top of the world, number one, world leader of the free world. You know what I'm saying? Trump said, hey, if America ain't being leader of the free world, I'm stepping up. And that's what he's doing. The man is a billionaire. He don't have to be running to be president twice. He can stay at home. The man got grandkids, a lot of them. And they love him. They appreciate the man. But yet he out here fighting for us, giving us back, you know what I'm saying, America back to the people. Because the Democratic Party is not trying to give America to the people. It's all about them and the foreigners. And they keep saying it. They showing it. Trying to say stand up for America. They ain't even stand up. They say they don't want no kings in America. King Charles come to America, they stand up and clap, taking pictures with the man, selfies and all type of goofy shit. Democrat Party bogus as hell, man. And y'all keep saying MAGA is a cult. No, MAGA is a people about common sense. Not no damn cult.
He's also the first president that we've had in a very long time that's not connected to the establishment, not connected to the Bushes, Republican or Democrat. And he scared the living daylights out of him. And that's why they put the full court press on him. And ultimately, the full court press on the American people.
And now everybody's flip-flopping. Republicans are becoming Democrats. Democrats are becoming Republicans. People are switching sides. People you never thought would be teaming up with Republicans came to the Republican side. People you thought that would never be Democrats all of a sudden flipped. Why? Because they started understanding. All the good people started realizing Donald Trump is doing the right thing. We need to team up with him. And all the other people said, we need to get out of Dodge or else we're going to get in trouble. 2020, Donald Trump gets booted out. Biden comes in. What happens at the same time? C-19. What happens next? They open the borders and start letting anybody in. While we're sitting at home and we can't talk to each other, everybody's coming over the borders at the same time. And they're telling you, you better get a jab. You know what else?
Right. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know the border was wide open. Then it was flying them in overnight. The red eye. Flying them, you know what I'm saying, red eye, different places. Letting them in. They didn't get no booster shots. They were wearing no masks. But yeah, they in our country. But yeah, we couldn't go nowhere. We couldn't, you know what I'm saying? We couldn't get into America. All we can get to America to come through the border. You couldn't fly. They couldn't do nothing. You couldn't go to a nightclub without a damn booster shot. But these people come in, you know what I'm saying, bogus as hell on the red eye, getting bussed in, flying in, and no shots, no nothing. That's how I knew the bullshit was going on. I don't know how these people come across the border with no nothing. And they're just walking around freely. That's very disrespectful, man. There are all these veterans out here who put their body on the line for this country. And they keep telling them there ain't no money. We can't help you. It's a shortage. As soon as the motherfucking illegal come here, they get a fucking house, they get a crib, they get a house, a crib, they get a car. You know what I'm saying? Money. Insane. You couldn't go to a movie theater unless you have a booster shot. You couldn't go to a movie theater. You couldn't go out to eat damn near. And they lied about the whole social distance thing. It went from, it supposed to be like 24 feet. Then they had made it to be 12 feet. Then they said, no, make it 6 feet, because you make it 6 feet, it'd be less fear. And they had people go out and go to the market. Because they had it anywhere, it's like 12 to 24 feet. People said, no, I ain't going out there, shit. I got to be that far away from somebody. So they made it where it's convenient to make you think it's okay to come in by being 6 feet. All along, it was bullshit anyway. You get people out here still in their car by themselves wearing the face mask. Like, dude, you in your car by yourself. It's okay, you know what I'm saying, to take the mask off in the car by yourself. Insane.
What's happening? China was going around everywhere, buying up land everywhere, making deals with Canada, making deals with Iran. Proxy wars. At the same time as Biden is in control for 4 years.
Pure blood here. On the real, get no shot.
They spent 4 years attacking Donald Trump. They spent 4 years kicking him offline. They spent 4 years silencing anybody who trusted in or supported Donald Trump because we knew the truth. And if they shut us up, then they can continue doing what they've been doing prior to Donald Trump ever being elected the first time. But guess what? They couldn't get rid of him. They couldn't get rid of him with a bullet. They couldn't get rid of him in jail. They couldn't get rid of him with accusations. They couldn't get rid of him with the DOJ. Nothing could stop him. And then it became too big to rig. And guess what? We came back by the grace of God. We've sat here and watched countries, children, praying for Donald Trump, saying, we need your help in other countries. And God answered. And now we're back. And we're fighting the same fight again. And the Democrats are trying their hardest to stop us. They're trying their hardest to switch over to the socialist group. They're trying their hardest to hire their Mamdanis and their Abdul Saids and all this kind of stuff. They're trying, but we're fighting. Now, you can call us racist. You can call us whatever you want to call us at this point. We're used to it. We're used to being called Yahtzees. We're used to being stepped on. We're used to being threatened. Sure, I had a man today tell me in my comments that I'm going to be on a noose, and he's waiting for it. It's okay, because we're still going to fight that good fight. Call me a coon if you want to, black people, but we are the ones that are fighting for you, even though our lives are being threatened every day, even though you continue to show all this racial hatred towards us every single day. Wake up. God has a plan. God bless.
Hey, man, this brother was cooking, and he's absolutely right. This side of things, this side of the internet, this side of social media is not for the faint of heart. I know there's a lot of people out there, they feel like they have something to say, but they can't handle the heat. Because when you're on this side of things, we're on the side of truth, you can't help but be persecuted. You can't help but be talked down to, talked bad about, called every name but under the sun, called everything but a child of God. You can't help it.
Right. I've been called a sellout. I'm like, dude, I'm not a slave. I never was a slave. So how am I a sellout? I don't get it. Those are the words that the white man used. You know what I'm saying? The slave master used. So why would you use the slave master's words? Are you a slave? Because you definitely use the word the master used. And that's what's going on. You guys are insane. Grow up. Let the past be the past. Yeah, learn from it. You know what I'm saying? But don't mean you gotta live it. That shit crazy as hell. Everybody keep on from 1600s. This happened and that happened. Okay, it happened. But have you lived it? Nope, have not. And then that's crazy. They stick to the bad part. Like, that was bad. We get it. But what about the good part? Nobody want to talk about the good. Everybody want to keep on celebrating the bad. And that's stupid. It's good out there. On every side, everything.
But at the same time, it doesn't phase this brother, it doesn't phase me, and it doesn't phase, the people that are part of the crew over here at ARP, because we understand that we are standing with truth. We are
So by me being a Trump supporter and me wearing my MAGA hat, what makes it being insane? I don't understand what you mean by that. Supporting Trump while black is insane. Really? Explain. You in the chat. Why me being a black Trump supporter is insane. And welcome to the chat, Andy. Welcome. Enlighten me. Because I was a Democrat. See, I'm black. I voted Democrat. I voted for Obama one time. And I learned my lesson. Because I was always told black, vote blue no matter who. I'm like, okay, ma, no problem. Thank God we got the internet. We can do our research. Most of all, I got a mind I can think for myself. And number one, God is in control. God's my boss.
aligned with the right situation. And we understand.
So you say Trump hates me. How do you know Trump hates me? So do you know Trump personally? Because I know Biden said many a times in the past that he want his kids to be around black people. He called it a racial jungle or jungle. He said if you don't vote for him, you're not black. His best friend was a Ku Klux Klan member, Robert Byrd, a Kleagle. What else? Listen, go on about Joe Biden. That whole Central Park 5 thing about that situation, everybody said that them boys should go to jail and they should get the death penalty for to that lady in the park in New York. Everybody said it. They say they did it. So why not go ahead, I'm saying, based on emotions and what the facts they gave? Yeah, Trump said what he said. They should go to jail. They should get taken out. We're going to find out down the line, one of the guys did do it. Wasn't all of them, but one of them did do it. But y'all keep on saying, oh, that was racist. Everybody said they should go to jail. They should die. They should get the death penalty for what happened to that lady. So it wasn't just that.
That there are rhinos. We understand, that there are liberals. We understand that the socialists.
Wait a minute. Biden changed and admitted he was wrong. And he had a black VP. Kamala Harris is not black. And so that's the bullshit. So, because Biden said he changed, you cool with that. But Trump keep on saying he denounced white supremacy and all the other stuff. You don't believe him. But you believe what Biden said. But Trump said he didn't say those things. Y'all, you don't like that. You not what? The hypocrisy, man. Come on, Andy. Stop it, Andy, man. That's bullshit. That's straight bullshit, bro. The same thing with Robert Byrd said. He changed, supposed to have changed. Really? Wow. Wow.
Communists, they're not coming. They are here. The Trojan horse has already been wheeled in. They've actually opened the gates. We understand it. And it's those of us on this side of things that are standing against it. This is the last bastion of hope here. I don't think people understand it. There is nowhere to run. If our nation...
No, it's all good. You know what I'm saying? I get against you at all. I don't know you. I love everybody. You know what I'm saying? I love everybody. I got nothing against you. I'm just saying, why everybody keep on hating on Trump so much? It's like, damn, like the dude can be president two more years after that's it. We get it. I'm gonna still be MAGA regardless. Other than that, I don't understand why people hate this man that much. I mean, the whole world loved him. So when the man became a Republican, all of a sudden the media tell you hate him. Oh, hate him. No problem. Yes, sir. Insane. The man been in Home Alone movie. He been on Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. The man was in everybody goddamn rap song. He was in wrestling. He fought Vince McMahon when it came to WrestleMania. Well, how you want to go from there? The man was everywhere. The man was that bad. How was he was that globally on TV that much? And when it comes to movies, it's insane. Anybody saw Home Alone 2 Lost in New York, like, oh man, I saw Trump in the movie. He bogus as hell. I ain't want to see that movie no more because Trump was in it. No, it's a cult classic. Really?
Fails. There is nowhere to run to. That's why everybody else around the world looks at us and says, hey man, y'all have to stand pat. Y'all gotta hold on.
Obama not black. His mama was white. His daddy black, his mama white. Obama was mixed. Kamala Harris the same thing. She's not black. She's mixed. I'm black. All my parents so far as for the last 200 years are all black. What the?
Because if we fall, it's a wrap. Do you really want China to be the number one superpower? Do you really want Russia? Do you want Iran to be the number one superpower in this nation or in the world? Could you imagine what that would look like for everybody around the globe? Only 4% of people in the world are American citizens and have the ability to hold a blue passport or hold one. We're small in numbers, but we are mighty. And those of us that are patriots, that believe in this system, believe in our country, that love this nation, that we must be willing to stand up and fight for it. And we got to tell our brothers and sisters that don't understand what's happening, what's at stake. Because again, the enemy is not coming. The enemy is not at the gate. They've made it through. See New York City, see LA, see Seattle.
Chicago.
They're already here. And they're at this point, they're not even hiding it anymore. It's no longer a covert operation. It's over in your face. They've told you what their plan is. They've told you what their plan is. What are you going to do about it?
What are you going to do when the truth comes out? What are you going to do when all the lies that you believe from 2020 actually comes to the surface? You've been believing all the lies from the liberal media all of this time, and now you don't want to let go of the lies that you've been believing all this time. And the interesting thing for me is that all of you have been believing the lies, knowing that they were lies from the get-go. And the reason why you were believing the lies of 2020 is because you did not want to know the truth, because you didn't want the truth to be reality. Well, guess what? President Trump is back in the White House, and now they actually get to look at it. And I want President Trump to bring all of this to the surface. I want President Trump to show exactly what happened. I've been saying it from day one. Personally, I thought it was a coup that took place during that time. But you on the left, you Democrats, you don't care about the truth. All you want is your sinister ways to happen in this country. Well, guess what? It's all coming out. You can deny it all you want. You can pretend it didn't happen. You can pretend like none of this was ever the case in the first place. You can pretend all you want. The truth is the truth. 2 + 2 will always equal 4, no matter how hard you try to make it to be 5. It's always going to equal 4. You gotta love it. That's why
I don't have any issues being MAGA.
Can't even add anything else to that. Let's keep going.
I'm telling you, black liberals are the most racist demographic in this country. These blacks ain't honest, okay? That's my new saying for 2026. The blacks, they're not honest.
Tell us how you really feel, April.
They are the most dishonest, disingenuous group of hateful people you will ever meet. This is so dishonest. Look, black people, we know each other. We know what neighborhoods that we don't want to be caught in. The dark shoot, hell, it's neighborhoods I don't want to be over there in the daytime.
She ain't lying about that one, man. I lived in Baltimore City, in Baltimore area for 15 years. I lived on the DC side for a slight stance of time as well. And yeah, we know where and where not to. We have a full understanding, like, hey, these places, if you don't know nobody over there, don't go over there. Same thing out in Atlanta. There were places, where it's like, nah.
Right. We talking about the booster shot. Like, hey, y'all, you don't got to get the shot. It's okay. No, man, you got to get it, man. I stepped down from my job. I was head of security at Austin High School in Chicago for 5 years. I was head of security. They told me I was taking the shot, wearing the mask, and all that other bullshit. Constantly got to take temperature checks at the door. I like, you know what, forget it, man. I'm going back to cutting hair. This is stupid. The kids can't read. They're graduating with no respect. They can't read. They can't write. They can't do nothing right. They just out here as zombies. These kids. And then they had graduation where it's a drive-by graduation. The kids couldn't go across the stage. They kept everybody on lockdown. While the red states, Indiana and other places, they was open and thriving. Schools was going good, people graduating. In Chicago, out here in Illinois, you had to go see your grandma and had to hug her through a plastic glass. You had to hug her through a plastic shield. Oh, gotta go through all these steps to go see her. Like you going to a hospital or something. Like, come on, man. You do a birthday party, they shut it down, too many people at the party. It was just sad. Lori Lightfoot was bogus as hell. Her little bogus ass. If somebody out there throwing a party, snitch. Bogus as hell. Yeah, Democratic Party is a party of dictatorship. You don't get the booster shot, you a threat to everybody else. All along, whoever else got the shot, they the one carrying the COVID. Shit crazy.
We ain't from over there, we don't go over there.
Why? The propensity that I'm gonna get carjacked, they gonna rob me, could get shot and be a part of a crossfire. Like, this is not happening, what she's talking about. It's not real. It's not. I gotta go back.
Warehouses and you can't spend the night. You can't. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, needed to go ahead and shut down the Department of Education. All they doing is indoctrinating the kids and telling them America is bad. They're not teaching the real history. All they doing is telling the kids that they were slaves. We get it. Okay, that happened. But at the same time, as black people, we was already here too, indigenous. Not every person is black. Ancestors are all slaves in America. God damn. They're not teaching them that when it comes to civics and all that other shit. They teach them all the other bullshit. But the right shit. That's insane. Black people's already here in America already.
To make it home to me, I need to bury you and you not bury me.
It's too dangerous. You can't go over there because it's too dangerous and I need to bury you. You need to bury me, not me bury you. This is a woman talking about her son and how dangerous it is.
Right, anytime you go to a classroom, you see a rainbow flag, you already know there's some bullshit going on. I don't give a fuck. Fuck that flag. That flag is sick and it's perverted. That rainbow was designed to represent not flooding the earth from God. Not based on what you like to do at night with somebody else of the same sex. That's not what that flag is. I mean, that's not what that color is about. The rainbow is not about that. It was nasty as hell. Okay, you said American history includes slavery and genocide. Republicans want to. Okay, guess what? That's still going on right now. in Africa, in other parts of the world, slavery still going on. Talk about that then, because all of that shit is in the past. That shit's played the fuck out. The people in Africa, the kings and queens in Africa, gave these slaves away with no problems. Because the white man had all, you know what I'm saying, the boomsticks, the bombs. And they called them white supremacies based on the inventions and stuff they had when it came to having the gun. Because the gun go boom. Other than that, y'all just crazy, man. Some of y'all.
Is for him to have white friends. Where's the evidence? These people make these claims with zero evidence. And you want me to believe that white people are the problem? I'm telling you, black liberals are the most racist demographic in this country. They are the reason why racism doesn't seem to be dissipating, but rather it seems to be on the uptick because they keep it alive. These people need it for identity. They need it for a sense of belonging. They need it for a sense of feeling superior because they're either deficient in their personal lives or they got like a real defeatist loser mentality. Main character syndrome. This is why I call it ethnic narcissism. That is the perfect way to title and name this pathology. It is ethnic narcissism. These people really do believe they have this elevated sense of importance when ain't nobody thinking about them.
Good Lord, April, tell us how you really feel. But she's right. I listened to that clip and I showed it over here a couple of days ago. And I'm sitting there listening to this young lady. I'm like, she's paid. You know, all of those folks on that side of things, especially, you know, in that entertainment space, you know, these, you know, liberal.
You guys talking about MAGA, it's an issue for America. No, it's not. It's a Democrat socialist. They are an issue. They are a problem to America. Liberals and you Democrats, y'all know this. But you guys, you know what I'm saying? Y'all know this. But y'all want to admit it. Y'all went too far left. Crazy. Check this out.
To my friends of the Democratic Party, I want you to watch this very carefully before you say a word. Because this message is specifically for you and only you. Before anybody tells you what to think about this clip, I want you to watch it for yourself. Listen to every single word that this speaker says. Then ask yourself one question. Is this really the direction that you want your party going? Take a look at this.
No more to the Democrats who compromise, who conciliate, and who betray us.
Hassan Piker, it's y'all boy, huh?
To the fascist reactionaries, but no more to the Democrats who will collaborate and cooperate with the fascists, who will fund ICE, who will fund Israel, who will help poison the planet, who will stiff workers and help bosses. We don't need those Democrats anymore.
Wow, you a Democrat? We don't need you guys.
No, we have a message. We are coming. We are unbossed. We're unbought. We're unbound. And we will become undeniable.
Forget the headlines. Forget what social media says.
Wow.
You just heard it with your own ears. This isn't about Republicans versus Democrats anymore. It's about whether the Democratic Party is willing to draw a line and say, no, this doesn't represent us. We are better than this. Because if people stay silent, other people are going to assume that you agree. You know, politics is one thing, but when rhetoric becomes this extreme and people stop speaking up against this, that's exactly when the country becomes more divided. So I am asking every single Democrat that is watching this right now, do you time for your leaders in your party to publicly reject it? I generally want to know when every single one of you has had enough.
Yeah. We had enough. This is radical right here. These people don't like America. They don't love America. They don't respect the Constitution. They want socialism and communism, which is not how America is built and not how America is made. America is 250 years old for a reason. And it's not how this is going to work. So we're going to keep on fighting against this. We got to fight against this. United Code, America first. That's what we believe in. And common sense. Close the borders. Fund the police. Keep the criminals in jail. These people are insane. Vote red, you guys. Don't be misled. Thank you for stopping by. My name is Deontay. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, thank you. People are waking up every day. Waking up from the Democratic Party every day. I'm so glad they are. This is needed. The Democratic Party is a party of corruption, lies, and fraud. I'm going to this lady right here from X. Well, I'll break it down to you why she switched, or why she walked away from the Democratic Party. Now she's conservative. Name's Deontay. Like, share, and subscribe.
I used to be an atheist, a liberal, and a drug addict, and now I'm a devout Christian, a conservative, and I'm 9 years sober. So what changed? I first got sober before I found Christ, before I was a conservative, because all my friends were dying, right? So that changed how my mind worked, and I quit thinking about like, oh, I can live forever, and I started thinking like, oh man, I have to plan for my future. And when I started planning for my future, my political side point really changed, because I realized that as a liberal, a big part of my political beliefs were based off of me, how I feel, how, like, not the greater good, not for other people, not what's great for everyone.
Right, feelings. Thanks with feelings. That's how that works. Don't rest you woken up, you guys. Let's continue.
Everyone, it's what's great for me. So back then it was like legalize marijuana and like have the state give me more stuff. That's what I thought. Like, I want free stuff, you know? And then as I started working for my money and I started building a career, I just started to realize that like where I aligned politically had changed, because now that I'm paying all these taxes and doing all these things, I don't want the government taking all my money. I don't want the government taxing me for everything that I do. I don't want the government in my day-to-day life pretty much at all, as much as I can avoid it, right? I started looking at politics like, what is the best thing for everyone? The majority of people, what is going to benefit them? And that's when I started leaning more Republican, more conservative. And then
subscribe if you haven't already. Like, share, and subscribe, everybody. Let's get it.
Once I was already deeply conservative, I found Christ. Finding Christ just kind of aligned all of the points that I had.
Amen, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. See, she found Christ. You don't hear this on the Democratic side. She found Christ, man. That's what it's all about. It's all about Jesus, really. At the end of the day, it's all about God. It says Jesus. He's down the cross for our sins.
Been thinking for years, like everything about my moral code and just like how I feel about current events and current situations. Being a Christian, just it lined up with that perfectly. And I've posted on here about how I found Christ. I have a testimony, so I'm not going to get into that right now. But yeah, that's kind of how that happened. I got sober, I got conservative, and then I found Christ.
Amen, amen. It's been a year, man, maybe 4 months for me, no alcohol, period. I never was an alcoholic, but I did drink. But I'm going to stop. Wish I never started, but, you know, I don't do it no more. I'm glad. God is in control. Thanks for stopping by. Like, share, and subscribe. Thank you.
Subscribe.
So I'm now in the little hallway trying to figure this out.
and I figured it out. The Reverend Al Sharpton. We all have seen what has been going on the past several days, a little over a week, the responses to many of the executive orders that President Donald J. Trump, number 45 and 47, he's our president. When Joe Biden was our president, he was our president. When Barack Obama was our president, he was our president. And now President Trump is our president. But we have seen the fake outrage that many race baiters and race hustlers are now pushing upon those who are low information voters. And see, when you are a low information voter, you're also a low thinker. And low information voters and low information thinkers produce low information outcomes. And so here we are today with all of these lies being told about the revocation of LBJ's executive order, the 1965 Discrimination Act. Now let's keep in mind that LBJ was a racist. I don't know if they still teach this in school, but when you think of LBJ, think about the overall deconstruction and imploding of the black family. Think about this, that from the 1890s all the way up to the 1950s, the black marriage rate rivaled that of whites. But after LBJ came along with his Great Society plan, he found a creative way to remove the black man from the home and to replace him with a $300 to $400 check from the federal government. And by doing so, they made it difficult for women who were on their own or women who were married to receive support from the government. The only way that they could do this is that they had to hide the patriarch who was in the house. And this same LBJ said that I will have voting for, and I quote,
Democrats for the next 200 years. Damn, he wasn't far off. But let's hear from Pastor Manning as well.
That remotely reveres Al Sharpton. There's something wrong with you, dreadfully. There's something wrong with you. That is one of the most vile human beings that have ever set his ass in a chair. That is one of the most vile human beings that ever doo-dooed between two heels. It shows you how sick black people are. Now, they don't know it. They have no idea. How they walk around with their pants down, showing their butthole. They don't work. They don't want to go to work. They don't see work as an ethic. They don't believe in providing. They have no concept of bringing home the paycheck and providing for their families or building in the neighborhoods. That black man, all he wants you to do is give him. That's all he wants. He doesn't understand white folks' work ethic. He gets angry with them. He gets angry with the man. The man tells him to pick up that box, take it over there. He gets angry. He doesn't understand the work ethic. He's a sick person, that black man. He's sick. He don't want to work.
Now, come on now. We know he's overgeneralizing, but Pastor Manning does speak a lot of truth. And there are a lot of people out here walking around with their behinds showing. There are a lot of people out here that don't want to work. There are a lot of people out here that is quick to have come out of their mouth, well, what's the government going to do for me? They disregard JFK's, ask not, what, the country can do for you, but what you can do for the country. No, these are people with their hands out a lot. And that's a lot of the reason why you have a large amount of people moving towards the Democratic Socialists, looking for something for nothing. Zoran Mamdani promised folks free buses and free food, via government-ran grocery stores, and folks lost their minds. But people don't understand that every time the government gives you something, they take something away. And we have entirely too many people out here that are low IQ voters, low information voters, that Pastor Wu mentioned in the opening clip. There are entirely too many people that are that, and they're easily fooled because they hear,
Jesus made you because of sin. You got away from him. So he brought you with his blood. He's yours twice. Amen to that. Amen to that, Joseph. Appreciate that.
Something is racism, and that's a dog whistle, and it clouds their judgment. It muffles their hearing. It keeps them from taking the time, that extra step to do their own due diligence to see what the policies of an individual is. How many times have we, witnessed people come out and say, hey, I'm gonna vote Kamala Harris just because she's black and she's a woman, although she's not black? How many times we heard that, hey, we're gonna support Karen Bass because she's a woman and she's black? How many times did we hear, hey, Barack Obama, that's the Messiah, my forever president, not because of the policies that he implemented that were great, but solely because black, or at least perceived to be black.
Right.
I find it really funny how Democrat Party continues to give folks faux black people, and they continue to fall for the banana in the tailpipe over and over and over again. We got more to get into. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Al Sharpton and Ben Crump getting that work today. Let's go.
And I'm telling you, just watch close and you'll see it. It's all implications. That's all they do. There are never any facts. This is the exact same thing Candace Owens did. This is the exact same thing they did with Carmelo Anthony. And the moment the hearing with Tyler Robinson, everything Candace Owens said went out the window. It's exactly what they're doing there. It's selectively releasing information just enough to keep all the black people's imagination on what possibly could have happened to him, just because these are people who were raised to think that white people mean you harm outside. These are the sheep. Our community have sheep too. These people are they've been passing down the same hate and fear throughout their family. They don't have any of their own experiences. They've never been around white people. They don't kick it with white people.
Right. Y'all keep on talking about MAGA, man. Y'all see this doggone Democratic Socialist BS? They trying to take over, man. We respect the Constitution. I love the Constitution. I respect it. I like it. I like how it is. Why change it? But you guys got people that don't live in America, want to come here in America and change the Constitution. They don't even live here. They ain't even born here. They want to change the Constitution. To what? You guys, come on, man. Get out your ass. You liberals, you Democrats, get out your ass, man. I don't hear about this. Hey, both parties evil. Who gives a fuck? As of right now, you got these Muslims trying to take over, man. And disrespect America. That's not cool. Keep that shit overseas. Be West Side.
They don't know that we're all just people, bro. They don't know that shit. I be trying to tell people that there's some people who really lost, and these are the that lose you.
Oh man, yeah, these are the people leading the loss. They're just as lost as well. You see this right here. It says we get paid even if we don't win a case, turning the whole case into a spectacle. The reality of it is,
I'm glad my hat triggers you. My hat triggered you, corny hat. My hat triggered you. That's good. I'm glad my hat triggered you. Welcome to the chat. Did you read the title? Socialism sucks. Not my hat.
This is Ben Crump as an ambulance chaser and a race hustler. These are two grifters. These are the two biggest grifters in the country when it comes to, these, race relation, issues. These people, they throw out, just enough to get people, speculating and guessing around so they can fill up those GoFundMe coffers so they can get their cut and then move on. They never solve anything. They never actually bring forth justice. And to be honest with you, it's rare that they actually give resources to the people that they're quote unquote raising the money for. And when there's actual issues going on in black communities, Al Sharpton and Ben Crump are never seen nor heard from. Although Teslin yesterday did say
Right, it's black about crime going on in Chicago right now. Where they at? It's more people dying in Chicago than they have died in Iran right now. More people have died in Chicago than Iran. Google it. But you don't see Ben Crump or Al Sharpton talking about that at all. All because there's somebody white involved. It's just got to be a racist situation, and it's not. It's not there. Stop chasing it. And then if it do happen, guess what? It's too late. You done crowd wolf so many goddamn times. You guys are crazy, man. Nobody know what happened to Nolan Wells. Nobody know what happened. All we know the man, you know what I'm saying, body was found. And then the evidence found, they say it was the back of his head, abused in the back of his head somewhere. So Mr. Slippenfield hit his head and drowned. They some put up $100,000 for the truth. Put that money up and have these people out here stop killing each other out here. Yeah, all these Black Lives Matter signs in these Democrat cities, but yet it's still black people killing each other. It's black and black killing each other. How is Black Lives Matter and it's black people keep killing each other? That shit's stupid. All lives matter.
And Crump showed up for her nephew or cousin, but even then, I don't know if that's true because someone in the comment section said they was looking it up and they couldn't find it. So we don't know because we do understand that they do be lying.
Well, everybody's official. I filed a formal complaint in the county against, in the federal courthouse against Al Sharpton and Crump for inciting violence in my town.
You are being manipulated to let your rights take away. No, I'm not. It's a MAGA. No, we don't. And no, we not. That's that Democrat socialist bullshit. That's what trying to take your rights away. Are you listening? Did you even read the title? Socialism sucks. Stop bashing MAGA and conservatives, man. Pay attention to what's going on. They're trying to let the Muslims take over, man. Death to America. You got Zora Mandani trying to do, yeah.
That would lead to harm to just about anybody. And specifically our judge, her family, those kids, their families, stuff like that. So,
all right, perfect example. I think it was in Mississippi. It was a father, 2 baby mamas, and 8 kids. He killed all the kids. And I think a baby mama as well. Nobody outraged for that. A black family was slaughtered by the father. The father slaughtered his family, his kids, 8 of them. No celebrity paid for the funeral. No celebrity posted anything, say anything about it. That's crazy as hell. 8 kids that got taken out by their father. No outrage on that. But Black Lives Matter. 8 kids.
I'm going to keep on filing stuff too, because that's what I can do, because I am an American, a real one, and I live here. I can do that.
I can appreciate him filing a complaint because the race hustlers are going to hustle. The grifters are going to grift. I've been saying it for quite some time. And these people, they come to sow just more division. They come to cause more chaos, more social unrest, instead of letting this case play out, letting the investigation play out. And then, once we have the actual facts and details.
And then the thing about it too, the white man, it wasn't the only man in America that had slaves. It was blacks, it was Indians, it was all types of motherfuckers in America that had slaves, besides just the white people. Nobody wanted to research because it's more recorded. The white man did what he did, it's more recorded. Everybody would hang on to that. Compared to the Indians, other black people, what they did with their slaves. Nobody wanted no research, man. Everything's 10-second information and that's it. 10-second information and that's all they need to go with. So just go ahead and let the tape play all the way out. Insane.
No, they do a bunch of, jumping to conclusions, selling, false narratives, all in the name of getting up the donations. Booker T. Washington talked about these race hustlers way back when. I'm not going to repeat the quote, but y'all know what it is.
If your first reaction is to reach out to Ben Crump I'm guessing Ben Crump reached out to them, is to take that call and say, yes, because you believe the internet hype,
What you're telling me immediately is that you don't like white people, that you don't trust the process. You've been given no reason not to trust the process. You're buying.
And you know what I believe too? They got Ben Crump. They looking like, damn, these people almost got $1 million for Carmelo Anthony. Let's see, can we get the same thing? They're using these kids for money, man. These parents are pussies and bogus as hell. They're using their kids for money, man. These beta fathers are using their kids for money. That's bogus, man. Y'all don't see it. Two-parent household, but yet it's mostly the moms doing all the talking. And the father's sitting there looking stupid, like he's security and shit. Dude, you a fucking father. This is your kid. This is your son. What is you doing? No disrespect to the mom, but come on, Dad. Really? Damn. Betas. Beta.
Into the culture, snipping in your ears. Maybe it's the black church you attend or whatever. Maybe it's the pressure from the culture, the community to burn every bridge that you spent your life building. If you dislike
people with offspring, that's what it is.
Friends
man.
And neighbors so much that you're willing to tear that community apart by bringing in a Ben Crump and an Al Sharpton to accuse everybody of racism and comparing your child to a modern day Emmett Till. Why do you want to live around these people? Why don't you go live around people who are more like-minded than you? If you hate us, why do you want to be around us? Make that make sense for me. Circle that square. Because that's what you're telling me when you go and hire a Ben Crump. And an Al Sharpton. I didn't even know Al Sharpton still did this.
I'm with him there. If you truly believe that, the community that you were in at that time, the people were like that, why'd you stay there? I understand you grew up there, but why not leave? It's a free country. This is America. You can pack up and dip out. Why stay there? You were friends, with, one of these children's, one of the children's sons or mother. For a long time, y'all knew each other from school. If these people were truly like this, why stay there?
Why?
That's why as soon as I heard that Ben Crump was involved in this, I was giving the parents the huge side eye. Like, this makes absolutely no sense. Why, if y'all know these people, y'all know the families, y'all know these boys, I'm assuming that they've been over your house, Nolan had been over theirs, you obviously went to school and you were friends with, one of these children's mothers. And
so I've seen Officer Tatum, he did a video, one of the boys that's friends with Nolan. I'm going to play that after this. So what I've seen in her is saying that Nolan mostly stayed at the white friend's house. He kicked it with them. They rarely went to Nolan's parents' house and seen the mom and dad like that. And they mostly interact with the dad, from what I heard from the interview from the boy, young man, I should say. And they said Nolan's a good friend. Everybody was kicking it. Everybody liked Nolan. Everybody was cool. They was saying the day of the 4th of July, it was like damn near thousands of people out there. It was not an isolated situation. It was thousands of people out there. It's a hot spot. You got your east, you got your west, you got your north and south side. And each side is more popular than the other. But either way it go, everybody out there kicking it. He was like, everybody was mingling. You got people from your grammar school was out there. You got people from your high school was out there. You get people from colleges out there and beyond. And everybody know each other. So everybody's going around mingling and talking. So we don't know what happened. Somebody seen something, somebody heard something. That many people out there. But to say it's all about race, that's bullshit. Everybody see a photo of the three guys that's white, and all of a sudden that's it. Wow, there's thousands of other people out there. There's black people out there too as well. So it's a popular spot, especially 4th of July. But yeah, nobody want to do no research. Everybody want to go ahead and go with their feelings and make it about race, and it's not. But they pushing it because it's the midterms. They want chaos. They want you to go vote blue no matter who because of chaos and fear, and that's not how that should be. You should be happy to go to the polls and vote. Why go to the polls and vote in fear? Or you don't like the vote because of the bullshit. Don't let the people send you off. Our vote does matter. Our vote counts. If a vote didn't count, it didn't matter, then why they keep on letting the borders being open? Why they won't, you know what I'm saying, nobody to have an ID, just go ahead and just vote. Because that vote do count. For years, they like, oh, the vote don't matter, the votes don't matter, I don't know why you voting, the vote don't matter. It does matter. Because why want the illegals to vote? Why they keep on fighting against the SAVE Act? Because the votes matter. Why they keep on having these machines out here, the Dominion machines, the Dominican machine, how you want to call it? Why they got them out here? Because votes matter. Stop being sent off with this bullshit. We are getting too old for this. We can't let these boomers, you know what I'm saying, send us off, man. We are too old now. These boomers got to wake up. Stop watching CNN. They are not the most trusted news that they were back in the day. That was back then probably, but not now. That shit played out.
This is where you go, unless it's just about the money grab because they told you, like, hey, we can raise some money and we can do this and we can do that for you. All you're going to have to do is let us destroy your community and the relationships with the people that you had there. I mean, is it really worth it? Is a couple $100,000 really worth that? I don't think so. But seeing people do, worse or a whole lot less. I'm so tired of people like this. I get it. Everybody has a phone. Everybody has the ability to speak their mind, on these social media platforms. But I'm really sick and tired of people like this.
If you really want to see the racism white people say doesn't exist, look at the wealth gap. That's all you need to know.
What's racist about seeing yachts? What's racist about that? Could be Michael Jordan's yacht. Could be Tiger Woods' yacht. Could be your favorite rappers, Jay-Z's and Beyonce's yacht. Who knows?
And I'm gonna put this out there too. I respect all cultures. In Chicago, I got a chance to work with the Afghanistan. I was doing security. I was doing armed security. They own a liquor store, and they good people. Not everybody is bad. Not every race is bad. Then when it comes to these government officials and all that, then yeah, they bad. They fucked up. They bogus as hell. Vote the people up out of there. On the real. Stop voting them in and vote them out. But yeah, I respect everybody, man. Yeah, I got a chance to eat with the Arabs, eat lamb, eat with my hands, eat rice and all that stuff like that. I got a chance to understand their culture. Like for me, I'm living in Chicago. I live in Rockford now. And I got a chance to go to New York. New York is not that bad. It just fucked up to some people there, and also who's been elected as far as the mayor there. Why New York looked the way it looks. But for the most part, Central Park and all that was nice to go to New York. All their bodegas is nice. They got kiosks everywhere when it comes to hot dogs and pizza on every corner. You can't say you're hungry because every corner is a food spot right there. A food truck, a food cart, you know what I'm saying? It's right there. Same thing like Chicago. But New York had it more abundance when it comes to the food carts. That's not bad. Once again, it's not the people. It's the people that allow these government officials to come in and send them off. You gotta stop being so naive and do better. Like the people say Rockford is bad. Never been to Rockford. Now the people, some of my relatives, the friends that came out here, they like, oh man, Rockford is not that bad. I'm like, yeah, it's not that bad. But, people send you off. You don't do no research. You got to come out here and see for yourself. They came out here. They like, man, I like it. I like your house. I like the neighborhood. It's quiet. Yeah, it's peace of mind. It's conservative. The parts I stayed in Chicago was Wild Wild West, man. I stayed in the west side and the south side. Yeah, both sides is terrible. At least at one point, the south side was mostly everybody was working, and the west side was like people mostly at home. Now it's whatever now. Straight BS. But prayers for them. Pray that they vote with common sense and not with their feelings. Vote with facts. Because Brandon Johnson is terrible as a mayor.
I guarantee you not a single black person owned any of these boats. Right?
Just making an assumption.
So if you want, let's say you want to be able to afford something like this, where would you do that? All these environments that you would need to go to earn something like this, it's all controlled by white people. You know what I'm saying? Especially job.
See how he sound? How stupid he sound? Put the phone down, man. Just put the phone down. You talking about the white man this and white man that. That's a white man phone you on.
That are paying over 100,000, 200,000 a year. It's all controlled by white people. If you don't move a certain way that white people want you to move, you'll never get that money. So you'll never be able to afford something like this. This is why if you somehow figure out a way to finagle and outwit the system and you manage to get money to buy something like this and white people see you in these areas, they're going to start questioning, what are you doing here? That's why they be asking you, what are you doing in my neighborhood? Because they know you're not supposed to have the money. They're not supposed to give it to you.
The inferiority complex that a lot of these people have is sickening. First off, why do you even care? Second off, we live in America. This is the one place in the world that you can start at the bottom 10% and work your way to buying one of these yachts if you so choose. This is the
right. That's why the immigrants come here and do the same thing. It's just when they come here, they don't assimilate like they should. They come here and get all the money on restaurants, all type of different businesses, landscaping, carpentry. All they got to do is get their visa and keep it up to date. They don't want to do that. They fucking lazy. And then we get mad at ICE for doing their job. Like, your job was to go ahead and get your paperwork together. Don't get mad at ICE for doing their job, snatching your ass up and getting your ass up out of here. And then also, speaking of ICE, it's more people died up under Obama when it came to ICE than it is Trump. Obama deported more people so far. Obama had more deaths when it comes to Americans. I think it was like 65 people, Obama, and maybe like 15 under Trump when somebody passed away from ICE. If I'm not mistaken.
one place you can do it. You can see a need and you can go fulfill that need. There are plenty of people out there, black folks, Indians.
Right, Somalia, perfect. The Somalians, perfect example. They were sending billions of dollars to Dubai, and then from Dubai to Jamaica, something like that, somewhere else. The money just got sent all types of places from Minnesota.
Different types of Asians, Hispanics that are really getting some money out here because they're willing to put their head down and work. They're not,
right,
coveting what someone else has.
Obama was bogus.
They're not complaining or acting jealous about the work that someone else put in. If you want something along those lines, you're young enough. Go work for it. Go find a need and solve said need. Simple as that. The average millionaire in America is a 58-year-old man who has been married to his wife for well over 20 years, had all his children within that union, lived in the same modest home, typically drives a car that's paid for. It can be done in a lifespan if you make proper choices and proper decisions. Hard to have and build wealth when the government is in your business because you got 2, 3, 4 baby mamas. Not saying that this dude has it, but it's hard to build generational wealth when the government is in your business. But I'm so sick and tired of people like this, with this jealous, covetousness mindset. It just showcased that, the inferiority complex that a lot of these people have, man. It's unbelievable.
They want to be in bondage, and that scares the daylights out of me. History has a way of destroying the stories that we were told.
It also has a way of repeating itself.
Back in 1921, a black man named Anthony Johnson arrived in the English colony in Virginia. Like many Africans of that era, he came under forced circumstances. He was an indentured servant. And after years of labor, he gained his freedom. He didn't stay poor. He worked hard. He acquired land, actually hundreds of acres, 640 of them to begin with. He became one of the wealthiest black landowners in colonial Virginia. He owned livestock, he built a successful tobacco plantation, and he accumulated servants and laborers. One of those men was by the name of John Cantor. Cantor eventually claimed that his term of service had expired. A white neighbor by the name of Robert Parker believed Cantor had served long enough and encouraged him to leave Johnson's plantation, which he did. He did so quickly. But Johnson wasn't having any of that. He sued the white farmer, Parker, and the case made its way all the way up to the Virginia courtroom in 1655. And in the first time in American history, the judges ruled in Anthony Johnson's favor. John Cantor was ordered returned back to Johnson for the remainder of his natural lifespan. That ruling became an early precedent recognizing lifetime servitude in colonial Virginia and marked an important step in the legal development of slavery in English America as we knew it. Now let that sink in. One of the most uncomfortable stories in American history isn't black and white. It's about human nature. And scripture warned us long ago, long before America existed, that the heart of man was deceitfully wicked. Sin doesn't care about your skin color. Greed doesn't care about your ancestry. The desire to control another human isn't owned by one race. It belongs to fallen humanity. Like the book Uncle Tom's Cabin that depicts a man that did all he could to save the slaves that were on the plantation, it took two black men, one by the name of Sambo, the other by the name of Quimbo, to find Uncle Tom, the actual hero of the story, and beat him to death. And that's curious because the Democrats today will call me the Uncle Tom. But I'm trying to do the same thing. I'm trying to deliver people from the iron shackles that they just can't see.
Phenomenal. He's absolutely right. I want to add some context to the Anthony Johnson story. That's not from 1921. It's actually from the early 1600s, but it is a case that helped to or set precedents to basically codify slavery in perpetuity if one so chose. So that did happen. That is a real situation. But I also want people to understand that if you go and look at the 1830 census, the 1830 census discusses what was going on in America, at that time. And in the 1830 census, it tells you exactly how many blacks, how many free blacks, how many actual slaves, and the black people that actually owned slaves. Yes, some of the largest plantation owners in South Carolina were black men. That's not a lie. It's true. In the 1830 census, there was over 319,000 free blacks. There was a little over 2 million enslaved blacks. Of the free blacks, a little over 3,000, almost 4,000 of those people actually owned slaves. This is true. These are facts. They never want to talk about it. They only tell you, there was only white people that did this. No, it was just the way of life. I'm not saying it was right, but it was the way of life. The other thing that people don't talk about is the trans-Saharan slave trade. The Arabs enslaved entirely way more black folks, way more Africans. And that went on upwards until the mid-1900s. And if you go and look at it today, in certain countries in Africa, slavery still exists. There is still a large slave trade now on the continent of Africa. You can go and look it up for yourself if you don't believe me.
White people freed black people from slavery, but that narrative is never pushed. It's always white people owned slaves. Never how Africans sold other black people into slavery and white people freed them. You see, that would be going against the narrative.
Yep.
And we all know they don't like when you go against the narrative. They don't like when you tell the truth.
It hurts.
White people aren't the enemies.
Yeah, history is. We all know that the Republican Party, way back when it was formed, it was considered the abolitionist party. We also understand that the abolitionists were Christian white men who decided to stand up and fight against the evil scourge of slavery in our country. We know this, but the Marxists, the melanated Marxists in this country, the liberal Marxists in this country want you to believe that just because someone is white, they are automatically inherently evil and they're wicked and they've been the worst thing to ever happen to the United States of America. And it's the furthest thing from the truth. It is. But again, he who owns the pen gets the chance to write history.
Right.
And it's really not history. It's actually.
Subscribe if you haven't already. Subscribe, you guys. Thank you. Let's continue.
And I figured it out, that when you cut the light on, when you cut the light on, the roaches run. I did not come to Mississippi to cause no trouble. I come to cut the light on.
You see the BS? Let's see who are the roaches. You said when you turn on the light,
the major and
the roaches is gone.
ICE is not snatching at people.
That's how I feel about y'all. When black people like me shine the light on the crime that's happened in the black community, and black children, young men and women are losing their lives to a bunch of criminals in our community, you run. Y'all run. Like the roaches in your analogy. Whenever black people shine the lights on our wrongdoing to each other, y'all ambulance chasers or race baiters are gone. Y'all run like roaches. That little girl whose parents killed her and poured acid on her body. We shine light on that, y'all gone. Like that. Gone. When? Aiken Liverpool end up dying on a boat around alleged black people. Gone. Roaches. That's y'all. No race betas in sight. When we shine the light on Kenu, who was killed in Harlem. Gone. Nowhere to be found. You know why? Because y'all only care when a black person life is taken and it's a possible white suspect or assailant.
Or the police.
Or what about the black youth getting shot in the subway? Or the black man getting shot on a New York City bus, dead. Gone. Roaches. Did I get the picture? Now tell me who are the real roaches. Y'all turned Nolan Wells' funeral service to a racist pep rally. His funeral was supposed to be about the celebration of this kid's life. Good stories from his family members and friends. And y'all just bojacked / Bogard / deboed that funeral service. Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump.
Yeah, they should be ashamed of themselves, but they have no shame. It's always about a check. It also, they don't actually care about black people. They don't care about black lives. These are also the same people that will advocate for pregnancy terminations. These are the same people that are silent when plethoras of, black folks are, taken out on major holidays. Y'all know what time it is. It happens every year, every major holiday. Honestly, I'm at a point now, well, I don't want to say this because I enjoy my long weekends, but, maybe in certain cities, they just shouldn't celebrate certain holidays. Seriously, because those are the most dangerous weekends, for highly melanated individuals in those communities. These people are nothing more than grifters. Now, I've been saying this, grifters are gon' grift. Ben Crump, Al Sharpton, Tesla Figueroa, there's a plethora of them out there. And they're out there for the check. They don't care about young Nolan Wells. They don't actually care about his family. This was an opportunity to get some money. This was an opportunity to continue to sow racial divide. This was an opportunity to pull black folks back to the Democratic plantation. This is what it was, and they used it. They are opportunists. They don't actually care about him or his family. This was supposed to be a homegoing service for a young man who lost his life entirely too early.
This is twice they done made, this situation whereas Kamala Anthony, it's supposed to just been, yeah. These people bogus, man. Young man dead, one in jail. And they out here just grifting for money. Exploiting them. These parents are bogus as hell, man. They using their kids to get rich. That's crazy.
But the people who actually knew him, his friends, they couldn't get up there and speak because of the division that an Al Sharpton and a Ben Crump brought to that area. We got lots more to get into. Hit the like button, share the video, subscribe to the channel. Let's go.
Talking about, bro, was that Nolan Wells' funeral or was it a press conference? Because it was his funeral, right? So why is Ben Crump and Al Sharpton speaking at his funeral? Go sit in the stands, bro. Go sit in the audience. What is you up here with a microphone for? Why is you standing behind his casket speaking as if you knew, bro? You didn't even know, bro, at all. That's what I be talking about, bro. They over here bringing up Tyler Perry, and I understand they said Tyler Perry paid for the funeral and all that, but they over here talking about personal stories and I'm putting up $50,000. Dog, do that at the press conference. This is a funeral. And we over here talking about money. Dog, I'm telling you, bro, I just can't respect any of that. I can't respect any of that.
No.
These folks didn't even know Nolan. And they got microphone time talking. The mom and dad talking, and Al Sharpton and Ben Crump can't get out of the camera. They got to make sure they're touching their arm or they touching the podium. They just got to be in the shot. Ben Crump doing it. Nolan, life matters. Like, bro, they making it about them. They're making it about them. And if you ask me personally, the reason that they brought up the $50,000 is because they know they ain't gonna have to pay that. I don't even want to get into all that, bro. But they ain't gonna have to pay it.
You know it. They're not gonna have to pay it. These people are ridiculous, man. Again, they're opportunists. And they're using them. They're using the Wells family. And honestly, I don't know if they know that they're being used. But again,
they know it.
Like a young lady
they want the money.
That opened this video up, don't call them. If something happened to me or my kids, don't call them. Please don't. For the love of God, please don't. Please don't. I want them people nowhere near me. They was up there, acting like acting like P. Diddy. All in the video, all in the shot. It's ridiculous. But they have no shame.
I knew what today was, but I wasn't thinking about it right then and now. I'm scrolling, minding my own business. And then I see Al Sharpton pop up and he's talking. I'm like, oh, this must be the funeral. And then I look and see that it's Don Lemon's account because, of course, he will live stream it. And I'm listening to Al Sharpton sitting there and say that the history, when he goes to the doctor because he up his knees, something he did, whatever, and they look at his medical history. Well, we gotta look at the history of Mississippi. I can't stand these. I cannot stand them. They get on my nerves. They're everything that's wrong, right? With this America, this world, whatever. They ain't pissing me off. Of course, he started to try to go on a rant. And mind you, this is Nolan Wells' funeral. The only thing that should really be talked about at Nolan Wells' funeral is Nolan Wells.
He's absolutely right. But they disregarded Jesse Jackson's funeral as well, if you guys recall. Jesse Jackson's son got up there and said, hey, man, can y'all not make this political? Can y'all not make this? And what they do? Disregarded everything that man said, and they made it uber political. Because they don't care. They are opportunists. They're not smart ones, but they are opportunists. And it's sad. But again, to an extent, you got to get a Wells family to side-eye because it's like, come on, man, how y'all not know that they're going to bring this spectacle to this area? Like, how'd y'all not know this? And you bring, Al Sharpton and Ben Crump's illiterate behind in, and I got to say, allegedly illiterate, but there's video.
And then it goes the gunshot wound of the head. A, the injury, proliferation of the left internal.
nigger free slaves read better than What in the jury's kids is going on here? How did this man pass the bar?
Carrot, Subra. I'm looking at his work. I know.
Okay, eyes reads now. And Lord forgive me if he has any type of disability, but I got questions. You smart, you is kind, you is impotent. The only time I read with my finger is when the print is really, really small. Maybe the print on the brief was really, really small. I volunteered Crump to read Nolan's autopsy report. And I know I'm playing around, but something really isn't adding up here. I don't know that word. What are you pretending not to know?
So it's not subdural artery, but it's
It's a daggone shame, yo. This is a shame. Are you kidding me? Shout out to AJ Rance, man. But he ain't wrong. Is he wrong? Seriously. Am I wrong for showing you guys this? Seriously, am I?
When it comes to what headlines are newsworthy concerning the black community and which ones are not, you are very close to striking gold, my friend. Very close. Just ask yourself, why is it not newsworthy when a black teenager in Jaden Pierre gets jumped by several of his peers, pistol whipped, and then shot for no reason? Why is that not newsworthy? Why is it not newsworthy when a little girl in Jasmine Barnes gets shot dead in a Walmart parking lot? Consider Jasmine Barnes' case. Initially, it was going to be newsworthy on a national level because they thought the suspect was a white man in a pickup truck. But then later they found out that it was just two black guys who couldn't aim or thought it was someone else, and they shot into the car and killed this little girl. So why is it the case that had it been a white man who killed Jasmine Barnes, it would have been national headlines? But when they find out that it was just two black men, business as usual.
Yeah,
why is it that Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump or Jasmine Crockett or Sean King have nothing to say in these situations? Why does CNN or ABC or MSNBC not circulate these stories for as long as they would for, say, a Trayvon Martin? The answer is certain storylines are more profitable. The more divisive a story can be, the more attention it will get. Controversy gets views, and views make money. People like Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton don't get paid to talk about black-on-black violence. It doesn't matter how heinous, how brutal, or how frequent it is. That's not where the money is. It's not divisive enough. It doesn't garner enough attention. But what does garner attention is white supremacy and police violence. So Al Sharpton and Benjamin Crump will wait on the incident of white-on-black violence so that they can fly out and give a speech and put money in their pockets. Sharpton and Crump get paid a fee to speak. The media gets viewership, which puts money in their pockets. Black people are angry, white people are angry, and politicians can profit off of the division. Everybody wins. But you can't do this with black-on-black violence. You can't blame the white man for that. How are you going to blame the white man when a YN does a drive-by up and down the street and knocks a little girl off her bike? No, Benjamin Crump and Al Sharpton can't talk about black-on-black crime because then we would have to talk about holding black people accountable for their actions. And while that may be productive, even positive, it's definitely not profitable.
This brother's absolutely right. He is absolutely right. And that goes back to my initial statement in the sense that they don't care about black folks. It is solely about the check. The problem is people continue to fall for the grift. But then again, maybe some folks look at it and say, hey, I'm about the check too. They raised, almost $1 million for Carmelo Anthony on a lie. No daggone well that young boy was guilty.
Right.
And here it is. They've raised $700,000 or $800,000 once again on lies. Folks be lying. Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, Jasmine Crockett, and others are going to grift. And a plethora of those people are going to make some money.
Socialism sucks.
And they'll wait for the next one. While a lot of these communities that are full of black folks crumble. And the people who live in those communities, which are essentially war zones, live in fear. And when they ask for help, when they reach out to the president, or when they thank the president for things that he's done to help clean those communities, those people lose their jobs. So then it deters other people from coming out and either asking for help or giving kudos and credit to those who are actually helping. It's an evil world we live in, man.
Man.
The evil world, man.
Atlanta, in Georgia, it's about 8% of aborted babies are black. In Mississippi, it's 82% of aborted babies are black. So all the people that talk about harm to the black body and racial equity, and they say Black Lives Matter, they don't say that outside of Planned Parenthood.
That's a genocide anywhere else in the world.
And in New York, in 2016, there were roughly 22,000 live births and 22,000 induced abortions of black babies. So if you were a black baby in utero, you had a coin flip's chance of being born into this world alive.
That's bad, man. 50-50 in New York. We've talked about it, a lot on this channel. What would you consider a genocide? How many people have to lose their life for it to be considered a genocide? When you look at, what has transpired in our nation, do you guys realize since 1980, 1.5 billion babies have been unalived in the womb? Do you guys realize that is more people unalived than the entire world of wars? The people that died in wars all around the world up to this point. Do you understand how crazy that is? Do you understand how diabolical that is?
Definitely.
And yet you have politicians and quote unquote civil rights leaders still advocating for their ability to do this. Makes absolutely no sense. But then on the flip side, they'll come out and tell you that Black Lives Matter. I mean, these people are walking hypocrites.
Organization said that restricting and banning abortion is a tool that the far right uses to maintain white supremacy. Do you believe that pro-lifers are white supremacists?
I believe that.
For those that don't know, that is the CEO or president of the SPLC, who is also currently under investigation and I believe indictment for funding white supremacy in America.
Wow.
Make that make sense.
Stuff up.
Reproductive liberty is.
Do you believe that pro-lifers are white supremacists?
There's no reproduction in a pregnancy termination.
I believe that reproductive liberty is.
Do you believe that pro-lifers are white supremacists?
I will tell you what I believe if you're asking.
Yes or no?
I can't answer that question. Yes or no.
I don't think that pro-lifers are white supremacists. Do you?
What I think is that reproductive liberty is a right that every woman should enjoy.
How many babies in the United States that are aborted are black? About 40% of abortions nationwide are of black babies. Blacks represent about 13% of the population. Does that sound like something a white supremacist would oppose?
Who's the real white supremacists in this country? Who are the real, faces of white supremacy in this country?
Right.
Then they'll tell you it's people that look like myself. They'll tell you that it's conservatives. They'll tell you that it's people that, are trying to stop this wicked practice in this country. While you have people that look like the leader of the SPLC, those of Planned Parenthood, liberal black women across the country, liberal black politicians across the nation, advocating for this wicked practice and has the nerve to tell folks that, if you are a conservative, black, white, or other, you're either a white supremacist or a face of white supremacy.
Crazy.
I mean, to be honest with you, if that was truly the case, wouldn't you think they'd be okay, with allowing this practice to go on? Wouldn't they encourage this practice to continue? I'm just saying. But I want to hear from you guys in the comment section. What are your thoughts on Al Sharpton, Ben Crump, this pregnancy termination, the wicked?
Subscribing already. Thank you guys. It's 3 hours and 3 minutes, you guys. I'm gonna play another video.
Well, I wish I could say I'm surprised, but having worked in higher education, having taught at universities, none of this is surprising to me at all. The Smithsonian, this is supposed to be a national museum archive, one of the greatest, most esteemed, prestigious institutions in America, has completely deflated the American people and let us all down. I'm going to share with you a graphic that should alarm every single American that was put up during the Biden administration, as well as a video from somebody I love. I'm so proud that this guy's in Congress, Brandon Gill, who fights every single day, a young man, somebody I hope inspires a lot of other young people to get into the fight to save our republic, because that's literally what's happening right now. Grills, the director in a House overhearing. I'm going to share that with you in just a second. Also, Elon Musk makes a huge announcement, and it all happened on sort of a happenstance tweet post on X that I think this announcement, I think, is going to drive the left and the Democrats absolutely bonkers, bat crazy. Wait till you get a load of this. We are so lucky that this guy, the richest guy, an immigrant, by the way, from South Africa, who self-made, built himself up, worked his butt off, revolutionized multiple verticals. We're so lucky that this guy is not woke. We're so lucky that this guy represents America, loves America. But wait, you're going to stick around. You don't want to go anywhere. I'm going to share with you what he just announced he is going to drop. But first, check this out. This is real, folks. This is not AI. This was actually posted to the Smithsonian official government site back in 2021, talking about race, aspects and assumptions of whiteness and white culture. White dominant culture or whiteness refers to the ways white people and their traditions, attitudes, and way of life have been normalized over time and are now considered standard practices in the United States. Things like rugged individualism, self-reliance, independence, and autonomy. You get what you deserve. The nuclear family, father, mother, 2.3 children, is the ideal social unit. By the way, this is all being framed as white supremacy. Emphasis on the scientific method, objective, rational, linear thinking, cause and effect relationships. History based on North European immigrants' experience. Protestant work ethic. Hard work is the key to success. This has nothing to do with whiteness. This is what every race, every culture, this is so abominable. This should make it makes my blood boil. This should make everybody absolutely enraged. Being on time is white supremacy, apparently. Plan for the future. Delayed gratification. Tomorrow will be better. Following rigid time schedules based on European culture. Justice based on English common law. Competition, be number one, win at all costs. Action orientation, master and control. Communication, avoid conflict. Intimacy, don't show emotion. Be polite. Being polite is being framed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm shuddering right now. I'm getting so engulfed in pure stupefaction that this is not AI. This is all real. Being polite is considered white supremacy, is considered racist. Watch this exchange between Brandon Gill and the director of the Smithsonian.
Would you say that the goal of history is to be objective?
Thank you, sir, for the question. I think that there are many goals of history, and certainly as you collect, as we do, examine evidence, create scholarship.
Is objectivity one of the goals of history?
We strive to be objective and nonpartisan and not based on any ideology.
So it's one of the goals. Doesn't that seem a little bit concerning? It certainly does to me, because as part of this white supremacy document that your organization has promoted, objectivity is a core and defining aspect of white supremacy culture. Do you think that it's the goal of the Smithsonian Institution to promote white supremacy culture?
Sir, do you mind sharing with me which document?
White supremacy culture right here. This is part of the mass action toolkit that your organization has promoted for several years now under your leadership.
Yeah.
Are you promoting a white supremacy culture at the Smithsonian?
Am I promoting a white?
Ma'am, is this a difficult question?
No, sir. I'm just thinking about the mass action toolkit. We didn't develop it, but back to your question. No, we're not promoting any ideology.
Does it concern you that your goal is objectivity? One of your goals is objectivity, and your mass action toolkit references objectivity as a defining characteristic of white supremacy culture?
It's not our toolkit.
It is your toolkit. You've been promoting it for quite some time.
We did not come up with a toolkit, sir.
But you've been promoting it.
It is used as a reference, I believe, probably in 2019, 2020.
Yes, under your leadership, it has been used as a reference. Is Mickey Mouse racist?
Liar.
Mickey Mouse is not racist.
It's not racist. According to the Smithsonian Institution, one of your exhibits referenced Mickey Mouse as representing, quote, vestiges of long-standing traditions of blackface minstrelsy. Would you describe that as racist?
No, the historical trajectory of the origins of Mickey Mouse tied directly
so Mickey Mouse is rooted in racism. Is that your testimony?
No, sir, it's rooted in minstrelsy.
Minstrelsy, and you don't think the blackface minstrelsy is racist?
It had certain obvious racial overtones that have been well documented.
You think that that's problematic, that Mickey Mouse also has those racial overtones?
It's not for me to determine what's problematic. It's determined to me what's accurate.
Oh, is that right?
Yes.
Is it important to be polite?
Excuse me, sir?
Is it important to be polite?
Yes, sir.
It's also interesting because the same mass action toolkit that your organization has been promoting references politeness as a defining characteristic of white supremacy culture. Ma'am, are you a white supremacist?
No, sir.
You're not.
Oh, the smugness.
Can you help me square why your organization says that being polite is part of being a white supremacist?
I'm not exactly familiar with that passage of the mass action toolkit, which is
I can show you the passage.
It's right here. I don't. Pardon me?
I said I just read you the passage from it.
So I just want to pause really quickly because the smugness of this Smithsonian director, her name's Anthea Hartig. Gee, I wonder who she voted for. I wonder which side of the political aisle she leans on. Could it be communist? You think? This is something that I've been so accustomed to dealing with. These are the destroyers of everything creative, of everything full of life, zest, vitality. Mickey Mouse, I mean, give me a break, a cartoon. They destroy everything wholesome. It's, you know, I've said so many times that the number one threat to the United States of America is Bolshevikism, communism, DEI, the entire woke culture. But who are the propagators of this? I think it was Malcolm X who said it best. The most dangerous thing to the Western Hemisphere is the white liberal. This is the personification of the white liberal.
And then your question was, sir?
We're going to move on. What is Latina power?
What is Latino power?
Latina power.
Latina power would be the forces derived from being a Latina.
Do you think that it's appropriate for the Smithsonian Institution to sell Latina power paraphernalia? Hats, mugs, other things that say Latina power?
I believe that the merchandise our store sells
I'm asking you if it's appropriate.
Tries to reflect the richness of the communities.
So your testimony is that it is appropriate?
Those are your words, sir.
I'm asking you, is it appropriate to sell Latina power paraphernalia? It's a yes or no question.
I don't have control over what is.
I'm asking you if it's appropriate. I didn't ask you if you have control over it. Is it appropriate?
Sir. Yeah.
Yes or no?
What else?
Again, we strive to represent all Americans, and including.
Is it appropriate? Yes or
no?
We strive to represent all Americans in our museums, including in our merchandise.
Is that right?
Remember, she said objectivity was the aim. of the Smithsonian. That doesn't sound very objective, does it? Promoting the power of one race while denigrating, using politeness, work ethic, and being on time as white supremacist. Are we paying attention, America? And just to make things matters worse, Ghetto Crockett is back. Wait till you see what she's wearing. I guess she's preparing for her night lounge act because she's not going to have a career very soon because she just got booted out of Congress. She actually implied in this same hearing that it was racist to root for Argentina versus Spain. Watch.
World Cup that captured the imaginations of the entire world when they saw all of these people of color that was playing for all these teams. And ultimately, if you recall, the last two teams, it was Argentina and Spain.
This woman don't even watch soccer, sports, or anything. Okay, come on.
And it seemed like the vast majority of the world was rooting for Argentina, or actually against Argentina, right? And why was that? Just give me an explanation if you could guess. If you'll just let them finish.
Obviously, because they're racist.
Spain had the best team. Maybe that's why they were rooting for them.
There's also a racist history that exists.
Mr. Byer, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
By the way, not one single Democrat showed up to Nick Shirley's hearing on fraud to the Oversight Committee. Not one. It was all Republicans. So they'll show up to make sure that their race hustle still has fuel. But when it comes to helping Americans stop fraud, helping Americans to stop having their money wasted, abused, nobody shows up to answer. They vilified Nick Shirley. Newsom has created an actual law to stop Nick Shirley, a law making it illegal to expose fraud. Not making the fraud illegal, making it illegal to expose the fraud. Get this through your head, America. If that's not proof that these guys hate America, I don't know what is. I hearken to the words of Chief Justice Roberts, who famously wrote in the 2007 Supreme Court decision, the way to stop discrimination on the basis of race is to actually stop discriminating on the basis of race. He reiterated this philosophy in the 2023 ruling, Students for Fair Admission versus Harvard, adding, quote, eliminating race discrimination means eliminating all of it. Attacking white people is just as discriminatory and racist as attacking any other race. DEI is just the same symbolic discrimination that has been abolished for the most part in this country, especially before the traitor-in-chief, Obama, took over in 2008. And it is just as abhorrent as any racial attack because it's completely contingent on something that we have no control over. Being polite is not white supremacy. Having a hard work ethic and self-reliance, which is literally what the first framers and the first great philosophers, I'm hearkening back to Walt Whitman, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Henry Thoreau. These are the first great thinkers and publishers of thought and intellectual direction of America. I mean, Emerson's apex piece is called self-reliance. That's now being deemed, can you imagine? That's now being deemed a facet and trait of being a white supremacist? Have we lost the plot, America? I could go on for days on this because of my background in having taught at these universities and seen it accelerate, I should say degenerate, higher ed, because this is all that director of the Smithsonian could have easily been a dean or chair that I've worked with. Multiple, they're all the same. I mean, literally cut from the same cloth. And again, it's imbued in the vehicle called the white liberal, which I think, I agree with Malcolm X, it's the most dangerous thing to ever happen to the Western Hemisphere. So, but I'm not going to go too into it because I could go all day. You know me. Here is what I wanted to share with you. Elon Musk dropping something that I am so... This would be absolutely huge, and it would drive the left crazy. Check this out. Medicare is not only confusing, but it's very, very fraught with fraud, which is why I'm so proud to bring to you our amazing partner chapter that has helped scores of our listeners and viewers. This is an absolutely... This is Melody Spur. And tell him Professor Nez says hello. It began as a simple post on X, where this guy, John Carter, said, I want Elon Musk to give Mel Gibson $100 million to film an Odyssey adaptation with painstakingly historically accurate ships, armor, weapons, and casting, with all dialogue taken straight from the original poem and delivered in Homeric Greek. And much to his surprise and the surprise of everyone, Elon Musk said, I'm down.
What up, man?
This is coming off the heels of Christopher Nolan, a director I highly respect, who I think desecrated the historical accuracy, completely went woke by casting some of the worst casting decisions I've ever seen a director make for his Odyssey epic, really following suit to what the Smithsonian and so many white liberals and woke Hollywood seem to be doing, which is almost like a white cast-off. They're just casting off and erasing whiteness. It's completely the exact same thing that they purport to be against, which is racism, bigotry, etc., etc. And also Elon Musk posted this. So not only did Elon Musk agree to giving Mel Gibson, who's about to come out with the Passion sequel, I can't wait for this, the resurrection of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Elon Musk also posted this: before this year ends, Grok Imagine, which is the AI that Elon Musk has developed, which to me, in my mind, is the most objective, the most woke-free. You look at Google's version, ChatGPT, they're all woke. He says, before this year ends, Grok Imagine will make a full-length movie of the Odyssey that is historically accurate and true to the art of Homer. And he was quote posting this right here. I'm going to just share with you how amazing AI has gotten. Look at how amazing this little clip is. This is dialogue scene from Homer's Odyssey built on Grok Imagine. Check this out.
I must go. The sea will take you from me. I will return. I left my one love. An oath called me. Troy. Troy fell. This is insane. We killed everything. The sea took my ships, my men. 9 days adrift. Now, here I am.
Subscribe, everybody. You see it, man. Professor Ness becoming real.
With something eternal. She never ages. Neither do I here. And still I dream of home.
So I just wanted to share a clip of that. Doesn't that look amazing? I think that would be the best thing ever if Mel Gibson, if he actually funded that. He says he's down a Mel Gibson version, because just for the sheer reason that, A, it would be awesome, historically accurate, much like he did with the Passion of Christ. He could use, in the Passion of Christ, if you don't remember, if you haven't seen them, he used the original Aramaic that Jesus, his disciples in that time period would have been accurate to and congruent with. Wouldn't that be cool? Not only would that be cool historically, but it would drive the left absolutely crazy. And I got to tell you, I am 1 billion% down. Let me know what you think. I can't wait to get your thoughts on everything that we covered today. Tap that thumbs up. Share this everywhere. Our mission is to make...
President Trump has been right this whole time, and the Democrat Party is freaking out about illegals being removed from voter rolls now that it's been proven they vote in elections in the state of New Jersey. Even the governor of New Jersey admitted on camera that this is true, and CNN is saying, yikes, this looks really bad for the Democrat Party. And Senator Mike Lee of Utah says Republicans should skip their vacation and pass the Save America Act. Republican Corey Mills of Florida is under criminal investigation, and the former president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, has his day in court for drug trafficking charges that led to the death of American citizens. Thank you guys so much for liking and sharing this video. There's a lot of important details, so I'm going to go through each one of them. And thank you guys for liking and sharing. The American people are overwhelmingly behind the Save America Act because they understand one simple truth. If you need an ID to board a plane, buy certain products, or prove who you are in your everyday life, then you absolutely must show voter ID in order to vote. That is common sense. Voters also understand why this matters now more than ever. They see bloated voter rolls, weak verification, and a system that too many people no longer trust. And I'll explain even more why they don't trust it. That's why Senator Mark Lee Mike Lee of my home state of Utah was right to stand on the Senate floor today and urge his colleagues, cancel the break and pass the bill. America is watching, and what people see is Republicans standing in the way of the very bit.
No problem, Hard Right, man. Thank you guys, man. You know, I'm coming with the facts, you know what I'm saying? Good information, take it from there, you know? Facts over feelings. If the video is wrong, go ahead and do your own research. But yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. It's been, 3 hours and 23 minutes. Appreciate it.
Bill, many voters believe will restore confidence in our elections. They see a party that campaigned on President Trump, then hesitate and not deliver the Save America Act to the American people. Senator Lee's warning is clear. The public wants election security, not excuses. The Save America Act would strengthen identity check, tighten voter verification, and ensure only eligible voters are on the roll and casting ballots. That's especially important after years of concern about mail-in ballots and how states like California really run their elections. Now, this is a huge win just waiting to happen. The American people want secure elections, clean voter rolls, and confidence that every legal vote is counted and every illegal vote is not counted. This is why the pressure is building to pass the Save America Act. Listen to this.
Mr. President, one way or another, we have to get this done. The American people are asking us to act. The president has asked us to act. The only thing standing in the way of this bill passing is the Senate. And it's specifically our slavish devotion to the zombie filibuster. But really, our slavish devotion to the zombie filibuster is not about the zombie filibuster or any kind of filibuster at all. It's slavish devotion to the truncated, predictable, light-duty legislative work week. It is that, coupled with the cloture standard, that has created the modern zombie filibuster mess in which our Democrat colleagues were able to keep the Department of Homeland Security at least partially defunded for months and months out of every year. And now they're wanting to use the same trick to make sure that our elections are not secure. Shame on them. Shame on all of them. Shame on anyone who is trying to do that. And for that matter, Mr. President, now that it's become abundantly clear that we've identified 200...
All right, now, thank goodness for people like Senator Mike Lee, and you guys helping me make phone calls to John Thune and others to keep this in front of their mind and their eyes. This will be a crushing blow to Democrats. And if we can get rid of mail-in ballots, or at least the ability to cheat with mail-in ballots, this is an absolute game changer. Now, President Trump this morning and Elon Musk, they are both warning that non-citizens are on voter rolls and that it is a real threat to election confidence. And recent New Jersey findings are fueling that argument. Trump pointed out 35,152 possible non-citizens found on the New Jersey voter rolls, while state officials say, no, we cleaned that up. They then ran another software check, and what did they find? 6,600 still on the voter rolls. Elon Musk has argued that importing illegal immigrants can be used to dilute the vote and keep Democrats in power. He says the problem is bigger than Congress wants to admit. Fact checkers and voting experts dispute claims that large numbers of non-citizens are voting in federal elections, but they do confirm that non-citizens are barred from doing so, which is why Trump and Musk are pushing for voter roll cleanup and citizenship check. That is the core argument behind the Save America Act, which would require documentary proof of citizenship for registration and voter photo ID on the day of voting. Supporters say it would help remove ineligible names from the rolls and restore trust in elections. Critics argue it could create barriers for eligible American voters. For Trump's base, this is about protecting the system before more damage is done. For critics, it's a battle over access versus security. The governor of New Jersey, however, said this is old info that Trump put out. Again, when they ran a new recent check on the voter rolls, they found 6,600 people in the voting system that are not American citizens. Listen to Scott Jennings defend this on CNN.
Definition of widespread, by the way, is it 1%? Is it 2%? I
don't know, more than 100. I think it's a big problem. What's yours?
What's your tolerance for this?
Hold on. This is not about tolerance. This is about is it widespread or is it something that is relatively rare?
You're pounding him over the word widespread. I just would ask you, Scott, what is your tolerance for any fraud at all?
Is it widespread?
Absolutely. Over 6,000 people.
What is your bar for widespread?
She said, my bar is I want no tolerance. Okay. I have zero tolerance.
So what is your tolerance for American citizens?
By the way, this isn't the only place this is happening.
What is your tolerance for American citizens whose valid voter registrations are invalidated by incorrect databases? What's your tolerance for that?
I don't have tolerance for any mistakes in the electoral system, including putting non-citizens on the rolls.
So then why are we not keeping the same energy for that as we are for this?
I do have energy. As you know, I've come out here and long argued that every time we don't clean up the voter rolls, that every time a non-citizen makes it onto the voter rolls, it invalidates some legal person.
What about when an American is not allowed to vote when they are eligible to vote?
I don't have any tolerance for that either. American citizens should be allowed to vote. But American citizens are invalidated.
Why are you okay then with the administration using a system that a federal judge recently found was actively removing U.S. citizens from the voter rolls based on inaccurate information? Why are you comfortable with that system being used to check the voter rolls?
This is a convenient deflection for you. This is the worst possible story that could happen for Democrats right now regarding the debate over the SAVE Act. 6,600 illegal aliens on the rolls in New Jersey that you know about.
Can I tell you why I think this conversation is wrong? Because first of all, it's not the worst possible conversation. This is actually a very good conversation for Democrats because Mikey Sherrill did exactly the right thing.
All right, let me break this down for you guys. On the one hand, you have the Democrat governor of New Jersey saying Trump is a liar and it's illegal to register to vote if you're a non-citizen. In the next breath, she openly admits, okay, so we found another 6,600 after cleaning up the voter rolls, and we now know with 100% certainty at least 400 illegal immigrants voted in the most recent primary election. So we now have it on record from a Democrat governor that illegals are voting across the country. And this is them scrambling to bury this, right? I mean, you know it's bad when even Jake Tapper of CNN says, this doesn't look good. They've got to do something. Listen to what Jake Tapper shared.
The Republicans here are talking about a solution to a non-existent problem. Again,
Abby always cut somebody off that's conservative. I always want to fact check the conservative side. But somebody that's liberal or Karen, she don't say nothing. And they be just lying. And then when she do fact check them, it's too late. It's like a day or hour later or whatever. By that time, the damage is done. That's bullshit. Abby should be fired, man. That show should be canceled. Or put somebody else up there. Because she's not a good moderator at all.
To make it very clear, this country does not have a problem of election security in any measurable level, and certainly not based on people coming from other countries.
Right, it happens, but at very, very minuscule numbers. It's not a serious threat when it comes to election security. It happens, but very seldom.
Vanishingly small. I mean, it's so small that it's just beyond compare.
All right. You guys, I'm hopeful that we get the Save America Act passed. Let me know in the comments what you think about this. They called us crazy. They called Trump a liar. Now they're saying, yeah, there are illegals voting in our elections. And in fact, there's a lot of names on those rolls that we can now make fake ballots out of and vote when nobody's looking. President Trump today retruthed a clip from CNN's Harry Enton about how he is still wildly popular among his own voting base. And this is while we're in the middle of a war many didn't want, many don't agree with, and most are praying will end soon. Listen to what was shared.
Take a look here. Okay, 21st century own party approval rating. About at this point in the second term, we got Trump, we got Obama, we got Bush. Look, they're all fairly popular, but the one who is the most popular, and we have seen this time in and time out, no matter when you look, is Donald John Trump. He's the only one who's over 80%. 83% of Republicans still approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president. He still has that magic touch. We'll see if it carries over to South Carolina, but we've seen it in primaries this year, Senate primaries, and that's because he is still a very popular man, historically popular when it comes to his own party liking and approving of the job that he's doing.
So it was Marquette asked a really...
All right. You know, I don't love everything every president does, but President Trump is getting a lot of stuff done that we want. He's still our guy. I'm hopeful that we can get out of this war, but other than that, like, he's doing a great job. I mean, just what he's done on the border alone is a miracle. But now we got to get those costs down. We've got to get the illegals out of the country. All right, Congressman Corey Mills burst onto the national scene after aggressively pushing the investigation into the Butler, Pennsylvania assassination attempt on Donald Trump. And that suddenly made him a much bigger name in the GOP. Since then, however, the stories around him have turned sharply negative, hit with House ethics scrutiny, allegations involving campaign finance and personal misconduct. And now a reported DOJ criminal investigation focused on his finances and overseas business dealings has just been opened. That combination has made him a political liability. Internal polling reportedly shows Mills underperforming badly compared with a generic Republican, and GOP voters become significantly less willing to support him once they hear these allegations. That matters because House Republicans can't afford to throw away even a single seat in this upcoming Congress. The bigger issue is that this seat could become a real target if Mills decides to stay in the race. Democrats are already signaling they're willing to spend heavily if this scandal becomes a real scandal. Now, I don't know the truth behind it, but I try to be fair in the news. If a Democrat's doing something dumb, I'm going to let you know. If a Republican's doing something dumb, I'm going to let you know. Now, on the redistricting, Florida's map was drawn to protect Republicans, but a weak nominee can undo everything that we've tried to do, because we know Democrats will magically come up with a bunch of money and try to ram through some kind of crazy socialist. So we've got to make sure that that gets handled. Summertime expenses in 2026 are stacking up faster than ever. From those pricey family vacations and record gas prices to looming tuition and camp fees. For many of us, it feels like the only option is swipe the credit card, leaving you trapped in a cycle of high interest debt. Homeowners, American in building plan, or go to americanfinancing.net/Gardner. All right, now, last story. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro is in court today to start the pre-trial for his movement of cocaine in and out of the United States for over 25 years, believed to have killed thousands of Americans. Listen to this.
So in just a few minutes from now, Venezuela's former dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife are due in federal court. You'll recall U.S. forces arrested them in Caracas back in January. And prosecutors say that couple conspired to move tons of cocaine into the United States, and they have charged him with 4 felonies, including narco-terrorism conspiracy. They charged her with 3 of those. Both have pleaded not guilty. National correspondent Brian Yenes is on the job in Manhattan federal court, just outside the courthouse. Brian.
Harris, the hearing is set to start at noon, and we expect the discussions to really be centered around future motions, evidence discovery, and the judge could set a trial date. Both sides have proposed a June 2027 start. Now, earlier this morning, under heavy security, Maduro and Flores were believed to be moved in this motorcade from the MDC federal prison in Brooklyn to the federal courthouse here in Manhattan. Prosecutors allege that for 25 years, Maduro ran Venezuela like a drug trafficking organization.
All right, we'll see what happens with Maduro. I'm still a little bit in shock. Pre-Christmas, what they did, our military, they went in and literally grabbed this former criminal president out of his house, grabbed his wife, and got out with nobody dying. Unbelievable. President Trump is heading to Dover Air Force Base to receive the dead bodies of the soldiers that were killed in the most recent Iran attack. You guys just continue to pray for our president and for our country, and that this war comes to an end and we can be done with this. We don't want spiking high gas prices. We don't want more dead soldiers, and we don't want a war that drags on. We do not want forever wars. That's what we voted to end, not to start. All right, I love you guys. Stay amazing. If you found value in the video, please give it a like, hit that subscribe button. Stay amazing. And
subscribe, you guys. 2,235 subscribers. Thank you.
So by now, you've already seen how the media has been working overtime to invalidate everything President Trump has been saying about election security. They didn't want to air him addressing the nation, but his message still got out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, after the New Jersey governor, Mikey Sherrill, came out and admitted that there were non-citizens who were registered and that there were some that actually voted, the new excuse is, well, it wasn't that many. And so we're catching the pattern here. First it was, this isn't happening. Now it's happening, but not enough to matter. And now you have CNN host Abby Phillips moving the goalpost, also that the left does not have to acknowledge that President Trump was right. And all of this is taking place while you have several Democrat-run states who are refusing to hand over their voter rolls. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to get into with that. Plus, we have to get into some Jasmine Crockett news. She doesn't have that much time left before she's up out of Congress, and she's choosing to spend that time doing the only thing she seems to know how to do, which is race baiting and making absolutely no sense. And so, as always, if you are enjoying the content, smash that thumbs up button. That's the best way you can let me know you enjoy the content. For more, subscribe to the channel, and shout out to everybody who comments down below and watches the entire video. I appreciate every single one of you. Let's start right here with this. Let me start you with this to set the stage as far as this is who the president is. This is who the media is constantly vilifying, but somehow this is what the numbers, at least this is a picture, a snapshot of what the numbers are saying currently. So take a listen to this. CNN just got forced to admit the unthinkable on live TV. President Trump is crushing it with the highest end party approval of any second-term president this century. And so take a listen to this.
Trump endorsees won Senate primaries of non-elected incumbents. So we're not just looking at elected incumbents, right? We're looking at open seats or appointed incumbents who have never actually won the Senate seat. Look at this. Since 2022, it's about 95% of the time. This year, in fewer races, it's 100% of the time. No wonder why the prediction markets and the conventional wisdom have moved so rapidly once Trump made that endorsement, because at least in Senate races, Trump's record this year, 100%. And since 2022, nearly 100%. There has never been somebody I have seen as powerful in terms of their ability to move the electorate in primaries than the current president of the United States, Donald John Trump.
What's one reason for that?
One reason why is because Trump is still very popular with Republicans. Just take a look here. Okay, 21st century own party approval rating, about at this point in the second term. We got Trump, we got Obama, we got Bush. Look, they're all fairly popular, but the one who is the most popular, and we have seen this time in and time out, no matter when you look, is Donald John Trump. He's the only one who's over 80%. 83% of Republicans still approve of the job that Donald Trump is doing as president. He still has that magic touch. We'll see if it carries over to South Carolina, but we've seen it in primaries this year, Senate primaries, and that's because he is still a very popular man, historically popular when it comes to his own party liking and approving of the job that he's doing.
Yeah, so you heard that. And so I would argue that President Trump has received a higher level of criticism, a higher level of pushback than both those presidents combined. That's just my personal opinion. But I wanted to show you that because now let's get into this next part where you have the president has been pushing for the Save America Act. That's been what he's been harping on. He's been talking about voter election security. That's the thing he's been pushing, getting Senate to, hey, pass the Save America Act. And a part of the reason is because we want to make sure that we have safe, secure elections. elections. We don't want people who are not supposed to be voting in our elections to be voting in them. That's number one. But you don't want those who know how to manipulate the voting process being allowed to vote in them also. And that's also another thing. It doesn't get talked about nearly enough, but that happens also. Those individuals out there who will manipulate the voting process with mail-in ballots in order to make sure the person they want to win will win, the Democrat they want to win will win. But let's go ahead and get into this next clip because you got CNN's Abby Phillips. She goes out of her way with this one, ladies and gentlemen. And reminder, this is after the fact that the current governor of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill, came out and admitted that there is fraud going on when it comes to the election integrity in New Jersey. They found that there were non-citizens who were registered to vote and some actually voted. And so that's the groundwork that's been laid already. But yet you got Abby Phillips now on this panel, and thank goodness for Scott Jennings being up there. Or else, this show is already terrible.
Yeah, who is that guy?
It would be, it'd be even worse. But she's going out her way to basically deflect, defend, and find some way not to acknowledge that President Trump was actually right. And so let's go ahead and get into this.
The White House obviously seized on the news to help push Trump's voter ID bill, writing, quote, Democrat glitch registers thousands of non-citizens to vote. Another reason to pass the Save America Act. This is obviously not a great situation. She acknowledged that. But it also doesn't demonstrate that there's widespread voter fraud in New Jersey or anywhere.
In New Jersey? 6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls. That's to me is pretty widespread voter fraud.
That's widespread?
Yeah, I think it'd be pretty bad if one person is not a legal citizen in the United States.
The number of registered voters in the state?
New Jersey spends $60 billion over that overall on its budget. So I think if we're seeing...
but you just said it's widespread. So where's the proof that it's widespread?
6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls.
That is 0.006% of registered voters in the state. Mikey Sherrill, she won her
I don't think it invalidates her election.
She won her election by 500,000 votes. There were 3.3 million ballots cast in that election. 400 ineligible voters. Let's say, because we don't even know, let's say they all voted for her, which maybe they did.
That still wouldn't invalidate the election.
That would be about 1/100th of a percent of all the votes cast. Yeah. Widespread?
Yeah, 6,600 non-citizens made it onto the voter rolls. That's pretty bad. I think.
Hold on, widespread.
Yeah.
6,600 people who were inadvertently registered to vote. The vast majority of them never cast a ballot, and you're calling 400 maybe ballots cast by people who were registered as Republicans, as Democrats, as Independents, as widespread in the state. Yeah, there's 6.8 million registered voters.
Yeah, I'm with the governor of New Jersey on this. I think it's a pretty big problem.
That math doesn't math. Jesse.
Well, I didn't say it invalidated Mikey Sherrill's election
I didn't say you said that, but I also dispute the idea that there's any proof that this is widespread.
I think there are thousands of non-citizens on the voter rolls in New Jersey, and I'm pretty concerned about that. I would call it a widespread problem. I think the bigger problem here is that...
What's your definition of widespread, by the way? Is it 1%? Is it 2%?
I don't know, more than 100? I think it's a big problem. What's yours? What's your tolerance for that?
Hold on. This is not about tolerance. This is about, is it widespread or is it something that is relatively rare?
You're pounding him over the word widespread. I just would ask you,
Scott,
what is your tolerance for any fraud at all?
Is it widespread?
Absolutely. Over 6,000 people.
What is your bar for widespread?
She said, my bar is I want no tolerance. Okay. I have zero tolerance.
So what is your tolerance for American citizens?
By the way, this isn't the only place this is
What is your tolerance for American citizens whose valid voter registrations are invalidated by incorrect databases? What's your tolerance for that?
I don't have tolerance for any mistakes in the electoral system, including putting non-citizens on the rolls.
So then why are we not keeping the same energy for that as we are for this?
Now, on the bottom of the screen, ladies and gentlemen, it says New Jersey governor, 6,600 non-citizens mistakenly added to voter rolls. The subject is about non-citizens being registered to vote, and some of whom actually voted in New Jersey elections. That don't got nothing to do with what she trying to move the goalposts and talk about now. She talking about situations where citizens, people who are eligible to vote because of errors in the system, because of things that end up happening, they are shown to be ineligible to vote. And now she's trying to say, well, this happens over here with actual people who are registered to vote in this country, citizens who have the right to vote, and they're not being allowed to, where they're being said to be ineligible to vote. And she's using that as her I gotcha moment. When it's all she's doing is trying to move the goalposts, because that's not even the conversation. That's not even a news story. Mikey Sherrill didn't get up in her press conference talking about that. But yet she wants to bring that to the table because that allows them to ignore and dismiss everything that President Trump has been talking about. It allows them to further invalidate what he was saying. But you know what? Let's hear Scott Jennings, because he was starting to go in. And so take a listen.
I do have energy. As you know, I've come out here and long argued that every time we don't clean up the voter rolls, that every time a non-citizen makes it onto the voter rolls, it invalidates some legal person's vote.
What about when an American is not allowed to vote when they are eligible to vote?
I don't have any tolerance for that either. An American citizen should be allowed to vote. But American citizens are invalidated.
Why are you
illegal
okay
aliens
then with the
are glitched onto the
administration
system?
using a system that a federal judge recently found was actively removing U.S. citizens from the voter rolls based on inaccurate information? Why are you comfortable with that system being used to check the voter rolls?
This is a convenient deflection for you. This is the worst possible story that could happen for Democrats right now regarding the debate over the SAVE Act. 600 illegal aliens on the rolls in New Jersey that you know about.
Can I tell you why I think this conversation is wrong? Because, first of all, this is not the worst possible conversation. This is actually a very good conversation for Democrats, because Mikey Sherrill did exactly the right thing. She was transparent.
That's all I was saying.
Let me finish. She was transparent.
And it was good.
Wow, absolutely despicable. I mean, absolutely despicable right there. So instead of actually addressing the topic, Abby Phillips much rather move the goalposts, bring up a completely different topic that's not even the main issue, and make that the main issue. And then attack Scott Jennings with that. This is why, listen, I bring this show up, and let me say this first. I always like to, share these clips with you guys, not because I think it's great television, but because I think it's important that we look at this and see just the contradictions that come from the left. And that way you just really understand the psyche. You really understand the mentality of these individuals. That's really what it is, and why I kind of show these clips to you guys, as well as just kind of updating you on what's going on and what the reactions to current news and things of that nature. But that's absolutely terrible. This is if they want to do a topic based on people who are eligible to vote being left off of voter rolls and they're actually eligible because they're citizens, go ahead and bring that at the bottom of the screen. And then y'all could talk about that all you want. But that's not what they did. They wanted to talk about, they were supposed to be talking about New Jersey. The governor came out, said that they were registered non-citizens on the voter rolls who were registered to vote. Some of them actually end up voting.
Right.
And now she's coming out admitting it days after President Trump addressed the nation talking about election integrity, election security. But you know what? This is why President Trump has been harping on the Save America Act. And with that being said, let's go to jump into this next clip where you have Newsmax and you have the Assistant Attorney General speaking about how DHS found nearly 300,000 non-citizens on the rolls while many states resist cleaning them up. And so take a listen to this.
I think it's important that people go to the polls. I want every American to vote, regardless of party, and I want them to feel confident in the outcome. And we just can't have that when we have 2/3 of the states refusing to cooperate with the Department of Justice's efforts to get the voter rolls so that we can help clean them up. In the states that are cooperating with us, or where we can get the commercially available data, Department of Homeland Security has found almost 300,000 non-citizens on the voter rolls. And, I'm pushing U.S. attorneys' offices and coordinating with them to prosecute some of these cases, and I'm hearing them from all over the country. So this is a real problem, and no American's vote should be canceled out by duplicate, illegal, or worse, foreign interference in our elections. So we're here to make sure that doesn't happen. I think it's important that people go to the...
And you know what I find so interesting about this, and you let me know your comments down below. while I think voters who are non-citizens is probably a part of the problem, I think a bigger part of this issue when it comes to our elections and election security and election integrity probably has a lot more to do with the ballots themselves, the mail-in ballots, voter manipulation as far as duplicate ballots, or people who are able to get their hands on multiple ballots and then fill them out. I mean, we've kind of gone over how California does it out there, where you don't need an ID, you don't need to show any type of proof really. All you got to do is check a box, and they say pretty much saying, "Hey, we trust you, you can vote." Yep. And so I think that's probably far more dangerous, is these states and these places where they'll send you a mail-in ballot, or you can just go ahead and vote. They're not checking your ID. You can, submit your ballot, and there's no real way to show that this person is who they said they are, or they're eligible to vote in an election. And so that's the part where I think is probably more manipulation going on, because it's more control in that area versus non-citizens voting. I think there's more control over the outcome when you can manipulate through mail-in ballots as far as things go. But that's just my personal opinion on that part. But let's keep going, because I shared a previous clip with you guys before with Senator Mike Lee and how he was urging the Senate to pass the Save America Act. And he's gone one step further. He's now saying that, and I'm all for this, because, I mean, listen, do your job. Do your job and get this done. And so he's urging that August recess be canceled and that they pass the Save America Act. If Democrats want to filibuster this bill, let them stand and speak like actual senators actually filibustering, because that's what filibustering is. And I'm 100% for this. Our Senate has gotten way too lazy, where they're scared, and it's all about basically doing the least amount of work in order to just be able to skate by and hold on to their positions come next election season and claim that they're still fighting against the Democrats. Well, no. Nuke the filibuster and force the Democrats to actually stand up there and actually fight, actually have to defend themselves.
Right.
But take a listen to Senator Mike Lee.
Both simultaneously be back into session in the Capitol until, wait for it, September 14th. Mid-September. This is the last week, absent some change in the respective chambers' meeting schedules. The last legislative week until mid-September, which will take us to just, what is that, 6 weeks before the November election? That is unacceptable. We don't have a lack of time, Mr. President. We have a lack of spine. Don't ever confuse lack of time with lack of spine, because they're two very different things. If we truly lacked time, that would be one thing. We've got time. We're just choosing not to use it. We're choosing to use it differently, and I would add very poorly if we don't take this up. Take it up now and stay on the bill until it darn well passes. The Senate should stay here tomorrow, this weekend, next week, through weekends and long scheduled recesses, as long as it takes. If opponents want to block it, let them do so in public. If Democrats want to filibuster this bill, let them stand and speak like actual senators, actually filibustering, because that's what filibustering is. And if they don't show up to do that, then we call the question. We call the vote, and we do so at a simple majority, because that's what our rules allow us to do with votes when they don't filibuster. But you can't have the benefit of filibustering if you're not willing to filibuster.
Senator Mike Lee, absolutely 100% correct. What's the point of having the filibuster if you're not going to use it? What's the point of sitting here being in a majority? What's the point of being the majority if you're not going to use that to your advantage? It's not lack of time. Yeah, unfortunately, we got some Republicans who it's a lack of a spine. That's what it really is, ladies and gentlemen. You know, the one thing that everyone should understand by now when it comes to politics, when it comes to government, is just like any other sector of industry as far as out there in the workforce, where you're going to have people who are lazy and don't want to actually do their job, but still get paid like they're actually doing something. Government is no different. Just because they got elected to a position and they're supposed to be working for the people, they're supposed to be representatives of the people, that don't mean nothing to some of these individuals. Just like the person who worked at the local coffee shop, just like the person who worked down in the office building, who don't really do their job well, but somehow expect to get a raise, expect to get a promotion. No different, except for these people actually affect everyday citizens' lives because they were elected to do so. They were elected to be representatives of the people. And that's a problem. When you don't even want to defend your position or force your opponents to defend their position. You just say, throw my hands up, I guess we can't do it. It doesn't make any sense, especially on an issue that is overwhelmingly popular. By far, by the American people, as we already know, due to all the polls and understanding. If you need to figure out, okay, what can we get rid of? That's part of the job. If you got to work out, okay, what parts of the act do we need to adjust? What parts do we need? That's a part of the job. But you should be getting it done rather than just a simple concession of, well, I guess we can't do it. Let's just keep the current system in place that we have in place. That makes no sense to me. But let's go ahead and switch gears and go to this next clip with Jasmine Crockett, who she does not have much time left in the House because she's out. She's not going to be there come 2027, ladies and gentlemen. But nonetheless, she's not, wasting any time as far as, I guess, continuing with her grift of being a race baiter and really adding nothing of substance when she does speak. And so let's get into this clip where she puts her foot in her mouth, making absolutely zero sense, and is getting clowned nationwide for claiming rooting for Spain over Argentina in the World Cup is white supremacy, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, she said that out loud. You can't make this up. You really can't. And so take a listen to this.
The World Cup that captured the imaginations of the entire world when they saw all of these people of color that was playing for all these teams. And ultimately, if you recall, the last two teams, it was Argentina and Spain. And it seemed like the vast majority of the world was rooting for Argentina, or actually against Argentina, right? And why was that? Just give me an explanation if you could guess. If you'll just let them finish the answer.
Spain had the best team. Maybe that's why they were rooting for them.
There's also a racist history that exists.
Mr. Byer, you're recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me weigh onto the committee. And Mr. Chairman, thank you for that sort of exaggerated opening video.
The World Cup. The World.
Guys, and I've shared this before on this channel, I live in the state of Texas. Used to live in New Jersey. Most of my life grew up, born and raised in New Jersey. Recently moved out to Texas just a few years ago. Thank goodness I don't live in Jasmine Crockett's district. I do live in the Dallas metro area. If you want to say the closest major city is definitely Dallas. The people in her district, they got some, they're going to have to help me understand how they decided she is who they wanted to represent them. And so I'm not even going to go into all the historical references as far as how Argentina doesn't have a large black pop. I'm not going to go into any of that. I'm just going to show you the numbers, ladies and gentlemen, and then we're going to go ahead and move on. Argentina versus Spain, black population comparison. Argentina has 302,936,000 black Afro-descendant population, approximately, we're speaking here. Spain, 1 to 2 million black African Afro-descendant population, approximately, we're speaking. And so you see it right there on the screen, 0.7 Argentina, 0.7 Argentina, 0.7 Argentina, ladies and gentlemen, versus 2 to 4% for Spain. And so Jasmine Crockett doesn't know what the hell she's even talking about. Spain has a larger black population than Argentina does. And so this whole idea that people rooting for Spain because Argentina is more black, literally is not based in reality, ladies and gentlemen, but it's Jasmine Crockett, so it doesn't have to be. Nothing that comes out of her mouth is based in reality. But we only got a few more months to actually deal with her. And so, with that being said, y'all let me know what you think down below. I appreciate when you guys chime in. Drop your comment. As always, smash that thumbs up button. That's the best way to let me know you enjoy the content. For more, subscribe to the channel. And as always, until next time.
Wow, wow, wow. All right, you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Subscribe.